technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun.
Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the tossed fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, until they do so let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Brothers, it's happening. It is happening. We have had not only leaks, but we have had leaks now confirmed. Confirmed, I say, confirmed. And it's all about the army building. And oh my God. This news is not even cold yet. It's hot off the presses. And people, including myself, have already begun cooking up so many ways that we are going to break this army building. Oh my God. You thought 10th was the most balanced edition of 40k? Well, you know what they always say. The new edition is always the opposite of the old edition. What was good is now bad. What is bad is now good. What was balanced, mayhaps, will be unbalanced. Baby. I'm excited. I'm a competitive player. I'm a cheesy bastard. I'm ready to break this bitch wide open, baby. That's what 40k is all about. Oh my God. I mean, we've already, when these rumors, when these leaks first started coming out, people were like, nah, it's not going to work that way. It's not going to work that way.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
It does work that way. It really does work. It works in like the best way you can imagine it working is the way that it works. Oh, baby. Oh, man. So, yeah, it's going to be a crazy... The 11th edition is going to be a crazy, crazy, heady time. But the big question is, are you on Team Beef or are you on Team Hype? Are you for the beef party or the hype party? Because I've seen some people that have seen these new army building rules and they are like, beef, beef. And I've seen some people who have seen these new army building rules and they're like, hype, hype. So let's start a poll and let's see if we can let it run throughout the entire stream. And let's see if we can gather some data on this. And let's see if we can get a sense of the room on how people feel about these, about the new army building. What do you think of the new army building for 11th edition? Obviously, if you've not seen the information yet, we'll go through it. Beef hype. All right, there you are. There you are. So that's what we're going to talk about tonight. That, and then there's also been there's also some other little bits and bobs that I want to talk about. A little bit more about the Age of Sigmar leaks that have been coming out, which has been kind of interesting. And we've also maybe got a little bit about, is Games Workshop worried about Conflict 47? Maybe, if we have time to get to it. So, which I know sounds like people, all the GW ball watchers are like, huh, no, but hang on. So, yeah, there's a lot to be excited for. And whether you're on Team Beef or on Team Hype, what we could all agree is these are interesting times in the wargaming, in the Warhammer world. All right. So with all that said, let's get into this. Of course, that means we must begin with our traditions. Traditions are very important on the Mordian Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their beefy hype out? We've got Spriggs, Cyrillic Dude, Fletch, Zello, Cabin Eagle, Sir Newbie, Gaming Snooker, Commit Tax Fraud, don't do it. We've got Mud Dog, and we've also got Vincent, and we have got Private John, and Jacob Palmer, and Damn Legion, Wolfman, Macon, Robster, Martian Man, Nico, Ross W, High Above, Lower Decks, David Stanford, Lord Pulpy, Dark Knight Curran, Sky Ranger, Swampy Turtle, John Chaves, Airborne 342, Lord Castellan, Orion, Matthew Edwards, Richard Lee Magnum, love that name. We've also got Snacks Alol, and Average White Shark, and Eternal Rhombus, and Raygun, and Fallen Cypher, and Kraz, and Mankiewicz, and Neon Cat, and Mad Larkin, and Green Knight, and AK Samisia, and Mad Minute, and Wolfguard, and Lyson K, and George Mackender, and Forgotten Soldier, and Hexen Gaming, Atomic Duity, Florida Eccentric, Air Marshal Roach, Ben McKillop, Rocket Man, Justin Miller, MP Bros, Wolfen, and Wolfguard, and Sonsu, and Say Wilson, and Anthony, and Mark of Talbot Land, and J Train, and Ben, and Hobby28. Way! There we are. Welcome. Thank you so much to all of you beautiful bastards for joining today's stream. Whilst I've got your attention, if I could go ahead and ask you to all go ahead and press that like button and subscribe. I know you hear it every day from every YouTuber, but the reason they ask is because it helps. It does help a lot. It's a big support. So big thank you to all of you guys that have done so already, and a big thank you to all of you that will consider doing it in the future as well. Also, I want to say a big thank you to everyone that's got the stream popping up, baby! We've got lots of super chats and stuff coming in here, so let's catch up on our super chats, and then let's get into the news, the big news. All right. So we've got Russell W. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got Marold, thank you for your gifted membership. As always, sir, I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, a kind sir, an absolute giga chad. We've also got Atomic Activity. Thank you for super chat. Update in stream discussion. Let's have a look here. Managed to 66 out. Managed to do 66 zombies out of the total starter army by mixing it with parts from the free sprues. Warlord sent me. Hey! Plus pictures of my French army at Bolt Action GT. Came 12th out of 60 players, which I'm very happy with. World War I armies are still good in Bolt Action, apparently. Nice! Dude, loving it that you're making kits go further by using those totem core bits. Absolutely amazing. And, hey, that looks kind of cool. Oh, this is with all your bloody FT tanks, the FT swarm. Yeah, man, that's hilarious. Oh my god, there's so many pins. There's so many pins on the other side of the board. Brilliant. Oh, the FT swarm, it's rolling forward again. Oh my days. Those maps look really, really cool though. Is that guy got double meat chopper? Was that a meat? Is that a meat chopper and then the wait, double is that double? That looks quite spicy, that. That looks like multiple motor gun carriages. Fucking hell, nasty. Some Soviets with the old white scout car. Can't complain about that. Looking good. There we are. Nice. Awesome, man. Awesome. Well, it's great to see a bit of an update and great to see your French in action as well. There we are. That's cool as fuck, man. What have we got next here? We have got Fallen Cypher, 36-month member flex, Triple X Force, baby, 3 years of glory to the Emperor. Many 07s, my good man. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Thank you for more than doing your part over these last 3 years. Thank you. There we are. There we are. We've also got Tiki, my boy. Tiki, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Banzai! The day of ascension is nigh. Bless the four-armed emperor. Bro. Gene Stealer Cult could get very interesting with the new army building. I don't mean to alarm you, but I think we are going back to the glory days of the GSC. The 8th edition glory days. Let me explain. Let me explain. Back in 8th edition, you could ally together under the old allies matrix. Gene Stealer Cult, Tyranids, and Imperial Guard. Under the new army building system, you'll be able to do that again. Think about it. You've got Brood Brothers as a detachment, which we all know is going to be a 1-point detachment. If you know how some of you all know how the new system works already. You get 3 detachment points, and some detachments will be worth 3 points, some will be worth 2, some will be worth 1, but you get 3 points to spend. So we know Brood Brothers is going to be a 1-point detachment because it's terrible. No one takes it. But we also know that final day, the final day detachment is probably going to be a 2-point detachment. Or, I mean, at best, a 2-point detachment. It might even be a 1-point detachment. But the point is, I think there's a non-zero chance. I think there's a very, very, very high chance that you will be able to run GSC and Guard and NIDS all in the same army. That's what I think that's gonna be possible. Now that's a final day. That's the day of ascension. The day of ascension is here. Cool. Based if true. Indeed. See, the new army building, it is going to be utterly, utterly broken and imbalanced. But let me tell you a little secret on how you counter the whacker, win at all costs mentality. You don't counter it by trying. 1 minute, I'm going to sneeze. Ooh. Pardon me. You don't counter it by constantly, like, balancing and nerfing and legendsing. You don't balance it like that. Think about it. We've had that all through 10th. And by the end of it, everyone was just really pissed off at the addition. How you do it is you give people reasons not to take the best shit. You give people chances to go full-blown creative madness. And then people who are not just motivated by wins and losses, by metadata, they come into the game and they go, I don't give a fuck about winning. Look at this army I've made. Look at this crazy thing that I have created. And so you'll have people who turn up with fucking Brood Brothers and Guardsmen and Tyranids all together. Think of the Horde. Think of the Swarm. Or think of a Hive Tyrant leading your Brood Brothers whilst a Lehman Russ supports it. All of these things. All of these things. It's so, you can imagine the immersion you can make with that. So indeed, the Day of Ascension very well may be nigh. The only person that can fuck this up now, is Games Workshop. So I reckon it's got about a 50-50 chance of landing. Poxwalker spam plus Nurgling spam is Phil Kelly. God damn it. All right, what do we got next? Full Metal Owl, thank you for the super chat, bro. Good evening, all. 07 back at you, sir. Thank you for your support, man. Or big thank you to Fallen Cypher. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Hey, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part, man. Lord Castellan, thank you for the super chat. Do you think Games Workshop will confirm that Sigmarines are made with a hot injection of Sigmar's essence? That really makes them Sigmarines. Okay. This is what I think is going to happen. You're not going to like it. Or maybe you will like it. Right. Every time a Stormcast Eternal dies, their essence is going to be... their body will be destroyed, but their essence, their spirit, their soul will go into a small lightning bolt. You know, they've all got like lightning bolts on them. They'll go to a small lightning bolt amulet. And then to create a new Stormcast, you'll have to have someone. So you'll have to have the initiates will need to have go through this grueling training, because you need to be someone who can actually handle being a vessel for a Stormcast spirit. And so what will happen is they will get, once you've passed the trials by fire, they will take the lightning bolt and they will put it onto the chest, and they'll be like, and you'll go and become and that's how you become a Sigmarine. So it'll be a combination of Wraithguard. It'll be a combination of Eldar and Space Marine lore. That's what they'll do. It'll be a combination of the two. Eldar Astartes. Exactly. There you are. There you are. All right. That's what they'll do. If that ends up being true, send me to the black ships. Full Metal Owl, thank you for renewing your channel membership, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part, man. We've got Macon. Thank you for the super chat, dude. Bretonian and Tomb King's start sets gone from the US site today. For Old World, that's not... I mean, I don't think they're getting rid of them. Let me have a look if they've got rid of them on... I think they'll just be repackaging them. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think it's it's gone from the UK site as well. So what I think this is not. I think the Tomb Kings and Bretonnian battalions that were out there were much more expensive than the other battalions because they came with the rule book and they came with lots of like gaming accoutrement, not just with the models. And I think basically Old World's been out a couple of years now. So I think what they're probably planning on doing is just releasing the battalions for Tomb Kings and Bretonnians. Maybe that re-release them. Maybe they'll give them different models, or maybe it'll literally just be same models but just without the books, right? But I think they'll just repackage them so you're getting a battalion which is going to be in line with other battalions without all the books and stuff. I hope what I would like them to do is to do that and then at the same time release a new Old World starter set. You know, it would be kind of cool. I mean, if I was to snap my fingers together and make something happen, I would say do an Orc v Empire starter set. I mean, holy shit, boys. This is what you do. GW, if you're watching, re-release the old 6th edition starter set, including the old-ass fucking spearmen and all that shit. Release literally those old models in the 6th edition starter set, but with the Old World book. That's what I think. That's what they should do. That would be really cool. Yeah. Or maybe we're getting a new edition of Old World. I mean, it's been out over 2 years now. We know it's on a 3-year cycle. Well, we don't know, but we presume it's going to be on a 3-year cycle. So maybe we get a new we're getting a new edition soon. Who knows? Cathay versus Nippon starter set. There you go. All right. What do we got next? The lower decks. Thank you for super chat. We just need a nice source. Check stream discussion. All right. Sir, the kitchen's now fully stocked for the moment. We have taken the charboiled creatures of the storage bays and added them to our larders. I plan to put my next menu as using local seasonal ingredients. The knobs will eat that kind of hipster nonsense right up. With a nice wine and mushroom sauce, the beef stroganoff is coming together. I finally feel like I'm getting in charge of this whole kitchen cooking thing. As I prepared the entrees for the evening, a message rolled out of the pneumatic tubes into the kitchen. It appears the Inquisition are making their move. Inscrutable as ever, the Inquisition wants me to ensure Gary Bourbon, heir to the Bourbon dynasty, infamous wastrel, rake, and auction thief, makes a good impression at the table tonight to his guests. Fuck. I mean, make him an honorary chef. And then if the dish goes down a treat, he can have the credit. There you are. See? That's why I'm head of the dynasty. What have we got next? Russell W, thank you for the super chat. 11th goes in the bin with the rest of modern 40k. Beef! Beef! Big beefs! Big beefs. Russell W is not impressed with the new army building system. Okay. I mean, I think, look, this is what I think is going to happen. There's going to be a flurry of activity and creativity for about 6 months. And then it's going to be absolutely gigafucked beyond repair. That's what I think is going to happen. But for 6 months, it'll be great. In the bin. In the bin. We'll see. We'll see. Now, it's a more broken version of 10 that's already broken. True. But what if we just need to make it more broken to push through to the other side so it becomes fixed? Who knows? Maybe you need to have a broken edition and a broken edition to create a fixed edition. Can't wait for 12. My God. What have we got next? A2664234. Thank you for the 19-month member flex. Hi, I posted leaks in stream chat. Wait, leaks? My God. Are these new leaks? Do we have brand new leaks? Is it a leak? I don't know. Shall we have a look at these? All right. This looks, I'm just going to say, this doesn't look like anything we've seen before. This looks fresh. I don't know. 1 minute. I gotta check. Is anyone else talking about this, or is this new? Have I got the scoop? I think I may. 1 minute. If Allspec Tactics hasn't talked about it, then I've got the scoop. I've got the scoop. I've got the bloody scoop. It's not on Allspec Tactics' channel. My God. That's it. I got to update. I've got to... Varak just did it. Did Varak... Wait. Did Varak get the scoop or did I get the scoop? Well, it's not on Varak's channel. I'm just saying. Maybe he did it on a live stream. Who knows? He did an emergency stream. Yeah, but this is something else. No, but that wasn't Valrak's stream about the stuff that GW revealed. Here's the thing, I wasn't right. I didn't watch Valrak's stream today. I was I didn't watch Valrak's. I didn't watch Valrak's stream today because I was filming a Bolt Action Battle Report. I feel like at the end he got the new stuff. All right, I think this is the scoop. I think we've got. I'm changing the name. I'm changing the name of the stream. We're going for it. We'll lock it in. Let's have a look. There we go. We'll lock it in. I think we've got leaks. I got the scoop. The guy. Look. Fuck it. I'm claiming it. If it's not on Varak's channel right now, he didn't get it. It's that simple. It's not available on his channel right now. It's available on mine right now. Fuck him. I'm the foil. I've got the leaks. Did I misspell addition? Sorry, I was excited. Oh yeah, I did. Lol. There we go. I think I've got it right now. Yeah. All right. Look at me. Look at me. I am the foil now. There you are. All right. So, I'm going to have to message Evan so he can not only... I'm going to message Evan so he can get this turned into a stream highlight whilst we're making the stream. I don't even know if that's possible. I don't know if I'm going to message him. I'm going to beat Varak to this. I'm going to do it. All right. Emergency stream highlight needed. All right, there we go. I'm making it happen. I've got leaks. Leak. Got a leak. I'm leaking everywhere. Right. All right. I've got it. I don't mean to alarm you, but I think I have got some genuine leaks for 11th edition. Breaking news. Breaking news. I've checked. I can't see this being spoken about anywhere else. I think this might be breaking news on 11th edition leaks and on some of the core rules. So let's get into this. I think I've got the scoop, but we'll find out. So apparently this leak comes from a TO call with Games Workshop today. Apparently so. Now, so Games Workshop must be talking with some tournament organizers because they're in bed with TOs, and they know that competitive play pushes their game and all that kind of stuff, and they know that a lot of TOs are going to be worried about maybe changes to like terrain and stuff, and they're going to need time to be able to get things ready so that they can hit the ground running and have tournaments going from the get-go. So apparently this has come from a call between tournament organizers and Games Workshop where they've gone through a whole bunch of stuff to try and get tournament organizers ready for the new edition. Now, this could all be bullshit. I'm going to say it right now that the source here is trust me, bro. But we're going to roll with it. We're going to run with it. We're going to run with it. Okay. So leak number, some of this is stuff we already know. Some of this stuff that we don't know. All right, this is new stuff. Okay. So the first one is to do with army building. When you choose your army, you pick multiple detachments. It's not like 8th/9th edition though. Now, I think this is what this tracks is what has been revealed by Games Workshop already. Games Workshop has said that you're going to be rather than having, so in the past, what happened is you picked your different detachments, but units that only benefited from the detachment rules of the detachment they're in. So, for example, if you took an Ultramarine detachment and then you had like a squad of Tactical Marines in that Ultramarine detachment, and then you had a Blood Angels detachment and you had a squad of Tactical Marines in the Blood Angels detachment, you only got, each squad respectively only got their detachment benefits. But how it's done in, how it's going to be done in 11th edition. No, there's more than this, Turner Rhombus. There's more. This is the first bit. How it's done in its 11th edition is you pick 3 detachments and all of those rules layer onto your army. So you know the memes that we had about the Siege Company and Recon Guardsmen being like, the guardsmen are now hunting the Tyranids. They're so stealthy. Like lictors are getting chased by Catachans, all that kind of stuff. That's been confirmed today, and that's been part of this leak that we've had right now. So it's that does tally up. It tallies up. Okay, so it says missions. Okay, missions. So there are generic missions and there are forge positions. I'm not sure exactly what that means. World Eater's Army, you pick Purge the Foe mission for your example. If you take Intercessors equals Take and Hold, missions are more thematic to your army. Force position when building army for that event doesn't change. Select of 5 missions depending on what your opponent has taken. So it seems, now that could be quite big. That could be quite big. Because it seems like what that means is you can build your list and then you pick the mission. Not, I'm going to take these units and it now means I am forced to play my list in this style. I'm not sure what's better. I like player choice. But at the same time, it feels like if there's one mission which is just obviously easier to score than the others, which is just obviously better, people will just go, I'm going to build my army to just do that mission. And so it could actually mean that you end up with everyone picking the same mission. So missions, so primary mission is still holding objectives. So it's still going to have primary. It's still going to have secondaries as we know them today. It's just the shape of the objectives are kind of changing. Which is kind of what we predicted. We were like, lol, they've gone from circle objectives to square objectives. But now the objectives won't just be out in the open. The objectives will count as terrain. So it's like, so if you're on an objective, you might get the benefit of cover or something. Okay. There's 3 terrain layouts per mission, disposition. And they're designed for those missions. The tournament companion will still give recommended ones like now. So I think when it says forge positions, it meant force disposition before. So there's generic. Okay. There's generic missions. And there's force disposition. You get to pick your force disposition. And then you get to pick your mission. What is army? You pick Purge the Foe mission for your army, for example. Okay. So the missions are generic. You get to pick what mission you get to pick your mission based on your force disposition. And there's 3 terrain layouts for each mission / disposition. So for each mission, and dispositions are designed for those missions. My brain hurts! Why does this feel like Horse Heresy 3.0? Army building, I mean. Not like this. Not like this. Maybe I'm being a bit alarmist, but let's have a look. Terrain rules. Terrain rules. Broader terrain. The footprints are more important than the terrain itself. Lots of changes to size of footprints. Build your army for the terrain and layouts. I'm calling it now. Flat terrain. The terrain itself doesn't matter. It's just the footprint. So why have big, bulky ruins? Why have big, bulky ruins? When the big, bulky ruins don't mean anything. It's the footprint that means stuff. No. No. Not like... No. Wait. I fucking hope this isn't real now. Oh, no. The TOs are loving it. The TOs are like, sweet. I can bring one box full of loads of coasters that I've bought for like next to nothing off Amazon. And I could just like flop them out over the table. Maybe. Remember, this could all be bollocks. This is coming from source. Trust me, bro. All right? It is. So we have to wait and see. But This could be spicy. No more mousepad objectives in the game. That's just the random circles. Okay. Recommended to use Games Workshop footprint sizes. What you put on those footprints doesn't matter. All existing terrain should work. So it doesn't matter what you put on the footprint. So why put anything on the footprint? I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. I tell you how I called it. Send me to the black ships. If this becomes true, right? If this becomes true, I need my own special black ship to cruise around in, because this is not shielding my brain from radio waves. It's enhancing them. Right, I want to check something here. Do we have the Games Workshop live stream for when they showed this off, right? I'm checking. I'm doing it live. Right. Where's the Adepticon reveal show? Go on, part 1 and part 2. Come on, GW. Right. Part 2. All right. Right. 1 minute. Okay. Right. So. Where are you, you salty bastard? I knew it. What's that? What's that? They're like, no more mouse pad. They fucking showed us. That's it. That's the terrain. Look, it's even got little bits on it. Flat terrain, boys. Flat 2D terrain. You mean you can put an L-shaped ruin on there if you want to. You can put an L-shaped ruin on there if you want to. But if you're a tournament organizer, why would you? That's more space. That's more things you've got to store. My God. Flat models when? Okay. What have we got next? Ooh. Okay, hang on. Footprint sizes available soon. Design them yourselves and print them off, or you can buy them off Games Workshop. So I mean, that makes sense. So I feel like that lends more credence to the whole flat terrain thing, because you can just print your own footprints off. Like, and when it says print, I think it means paper. I don't think it means 3D printing, by the way. Or you can buy the nice cardstock ones from GW is what they're saying. Oh my God. I think flat terrain is here. I think the only reason you wouldn't do flat terrain is if you thought it looked like shit. But we'll have to see if the people go for it. You have to see. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. All right. 16 footprints in new layout, including long, thin pieces for woods, etc. So you can have tree lines. So basically, look, it could be right. 16 footprints is actually kind of cool. Potential for a lot of different shapes and sizes there. That's right. The square hole. The round piece goes in. That's right. The square hole. That's what's going through my head now. But here's the thing. I'm going to say this right now. The only way that flat terrain... This does make it possible for you to run an event with flat terrain. Okay? It obviously does. If this leak is true, of course. I will keep saying that again and again and again. It obviously opens the door for it because you can just take your piece of... You can take your green... like Lego. You take your green long piece and you can just put them down and go, that's a tree line. But the only reason that would exist is not to do with... It's not to do with Games Workshop. It's actually to do with us, the community. The only reason you would end up playing on flat terrain is if you don't put stuff on the terrain. And I think that's really important to mention. And I think that whilst there is the potential for like flat terrain things to happen, I think that the reality is that it will be the community that decides to play on the flat terrain. Maybe individual communities, individual tournaments that will decide to play on the flat terrain, but there's nothing saying you have to play on flat terrain. So you can just be like, this is my footprint, and then I'm going to put the effort into putting some lovely trees on it. So I do think there's a potential that this opens the door to flat terrain, but I don't think there's anything here that's like you have to play on flat terrain or anything like that. Yeah. Are these fixed terrain layouts? Yes. According to the leak, there are 3 terrain layouts per mission, and force dispositions are designed for those missions. And there's 16. So there's 5 missions, 3 terrain layouts per mission, 16 footprints in each layout. Well, there's 16 different layouts that make up the footprints. 16 different footprints that make up the layout, sorry. This makes so much sense since that all models can move through terrain. Send me to the black ships. I did hear 3 months ago that they were going to make it so that all models can move through all terrain. There was not going to be any more fighting through walls. Like any more not fighting through walls, not being able to get through the wall to fight people. And I heard, yeah, this was at the when I was at the competitive teams event that I was at the beginning of this year, and I got to rub shoulders with some familiar faces, many of whom know people or are in the know themselves. And I was sort of nudged and winked. And I mentioned this in months. I said the terrain's going to change, and the whole getting stuck in your own deployment zone shit, all that's going. Like everyone will be able to move through all the different terrain. Yeah. So I think that we are I can absolutely see that we're getting these new layouts. But personally, I'm going to be putting stuff on my footprints. You guys do what you want. Tournament organizers do what they want. But I'm going to be putting terrain on my footprints. If I have a nice green one, I'm going to be like, that's where my trees are going. If I've got a nice ruiny one, I'm going to put some ruins on it. Yeah. I think so. So it might be different at tournaments, and it might be different from tournament to tournament. But I think that you only play on flat terrain if you choose to. And that's like, here's the thing. Sometimes it can be easy to look. I'm no GW ball washer, right? You guys know that. Look, here's a bit of Conflict 47. Look, see, right? I'm no GW ball. I literally have it to hand. I'm no GW ball washer, but I'm going to say this. If the community ends up playing on flat terrain as a whole, it will be the community's fault, not GW's fault. They've put the footprints out there. We can put stuff on those footprints. It's that simple. Yeah, there you are. I'm just saying it. You might not want to hear it, but I'm just saying it. Thank you. The Conflict 47 made me feel better. Here you go. I got another one for you, just to make you there you go. Just a little conflict comfort. It's a comfort break with a K. There you are. There you are. Elderly tournaments are going to look like shit, but your pickup games may look better now. Exactly. And boys, battle reports. Battle reports are going to look sick again. Tournament reports are going to look like ass, but battle reports. There you go. What do we got next? You put missions in your army and your... Wait. So you put the missions in your army list and your opponent selects which one you play. Maybe it's a roll-off. Maybe you put what missions you want to play in your list, and then you roll off, and the winner maybe gets to pick the layout, but the loser gets to pick the mission or something, or attacker chooses something like that. So if you're like, if you've you're okay. I think it's coming together. So your forced disposition. So your forced disposition dictates what kind of missions you can take. And then you put like those missions on your army list. And then when rolling off for then this is what I'm guessing, by the way. Then when you're rolling off at some point in the game, your opponent might get to pick the mission. At which point they might look at pick one of your missions. So you might have picked like 3 missions. You're really good at 2, but like one of them you're not as good at. They might go, okay, well, I'm going to pick that last one then. So you have to try and pick you can't just go, I'm going to build for the kill mission and then just pick the kill mission every time. It's going to be, I've got to build a balanced list, because what if the mission that I'm forced to put on my army list is not necessarily, out of the several ones, is not necessarily a kill one, maybe? I think each player picks their opponent's mission for your army to achieve. Oh, that could be it. That could be it, Whispering Monk. Ooh. Wait, is that actually good? So if you make a full gun line, static gun line, and your opponent goes, I'm going to make you achieve aggressive attack. And they're going to be like, okay. On the one hand, I think it's cool so that you can't build. I think it's cool because it's probably strangely harder to cheese. On the other hand, I fucking hate it. Sorry, but I've picked my list. I want to pick my mission. Why would my opponent tell me what my mission would be? Why wouldn't my high command tell me what my mission's going to be? I don't know. It might be good from a gameplay point of view, but I don't really like it from an immersion point of view. If I'm building a guard army, I want to hold the line. You know, I like... Because Hydra Dominatus. Okay, that's a good example. Yeah, maybe the Alpha Legion are behind this. Yeah, I don't get to do what I want to do. Yeah. It's probably just adding a few yourself and your opponent picks one of the few you've chosen. Potentially. Maybe force disposition dictates what missions you're even allowed to put on your army list. So if you've like gone for a really big hold the line one, and it's like, okay, well, the two choices you've got are like hold the line or hold the line a little bit less. It's like, okay, well, I'm still kind of getting to do what I want to do. Yeah. All right. It's a bit weird. It's weird. It's like the Matrix. Like, this is gonna feel a little weird. All right. I'm not sure if I like this, but if I can have some agency and then my opponent gets the final pick, that's a nice halfway house. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. What do we got next? What do we got next? Terrain resets each game and is different per table, potentially in events. Woo! Okay, so that's going to be good to keep things fresh and interesting. It's going to be bad because maybe there's going to be a bit of fucking around at the beginning of the game. But that might not be such a big problem if there's a lot less terrain on the boards, which according to these leaks, there will be. All right. It's flat. Who cares? No weird missions. It says like ordnance or moving ones. It says no weird missions. So I think that means like no moving objectives, like picking the objective and moving around with it. Yeah. Okay. So I think the missions are, like we said, still very much go on the objective, get the points, but now your objective isn't a circle, your objective is like a terrain feature. Yeah. New missions are very team event friendly. Interesting. Maybe GW is getting into the team event space. Or maybe GW just likes the team event TOs more. I guess isn't Worlds a team event? Or is that there's Worlds and there's WTC? Okay. This one's quite funny. UKTC terrain, as it is, will be difficult to use in the new layouts and rules. Will need footprints changing. Beef. Big fucking beef. So that there is some real history behind the UKTC and GW. There's some real beef there. So those of you that remember the first LGT, with the awful terrain, they basically Games Workshop originally wanted to support the UKTC. They offered the UKTC organizers like all of their terrain to use at their event. So like, hey, look at all the beautiful GW terrain we can provide you. And they were like, no, we're not going to use that because it doesn't fit with our layouts. So basically, like, I don't know if like they just basically said, GW, we don't want it. And then they had the shitty terrain situation. And GW was like, had been associated with UKTC, and then they were worried it made them look bad because like this is like the biggest event in the UK and now it looks like a bag of shit. So they basically like blacklisted the UKTC organizers. That's the rumor. That's the beef. That's the office drama around the water cooler. So the fact that the UKTC terrain might be getting actually gigafucked by this would actually make sense. While we're supporting all this competitive play, but not you. Yeah. So maybe, right? So I think, I'll be honest, I think a lot of people are going to hear the UKTC terrain getting fucked over and they're going to be happy about it. Put your hand up in the chat if you're okay with UKTC terrain being massively changed up. I like literally I can't go to more than one UKTC tournament these days. Once or twice a year before getting bored of them. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Like it's fine, but it's very boring. Yeah. It's fine, it's very boring. Chansey, no, but that's just because my club spent a ton of money on manufacturing our terrain. Chansey, I am sympathetic, but why did your club put all that effort into getting anything new when you knew the new edition was coming along? I told you the terrain was changing. Chansey, it's your fault. I guess you'll have to use all that terrain for some K47 now. I'm only busting your balls. All right. What have we got here? No fraction missions. No advantage like 9th secondaries. Everyone same access. Faction. No faction. No, not fraction. Okay. So no faction-specific missions, like in 9th edition, when there was lots in 9th edition. Everyone gets the same missions. Okay. I mean, fine. Faction missions were fun, but they never balanced them. There was always ones that were... Always some factions which got better missions than others. So, yeah, fine. Still 5 or 6 objectives per game. Touching the terrain equals controlling the objective. There are 15 missions and 3 layouts per mission for 45 layouts. Oh no, I misread something earlier. The terrain will be more dense with less line of sight. God damn it! Welcome to Conflict 47 Glory. This is the fantastic game with beautiful terrain. 40k, never heard of it. Oh, no. How are the boards getting more dense? So, it will be more dense and there will be less line of sight. So, you know, all of you Americans who enjoy your current GW terrain layouts, which actually allow shooting. Yeah, welcome to the way Europe plays now. Because I've shown you guys the layouts for UKTC and WTC. And the Americans are always horrified when they see them. They're like, oh my God, that's so dense. Like, how could you shoot anything? That's the neat part. You don't. So what I think this means is, for me, probably nothing is actually going to change, relatively speaking. But for all the Americans that play on GW terrain, I think you're going to be playing on much denser terrain now. And it kind of makes sense because the terrain's going to be flat. '11th edition is going to be the melee edition. Even more so. I mean, guys, I'm warning you all the Americans now. You know what, you see these lists in America that somehow like win GTs and they've got like 2 infantry squads and everything else is like shooting and shit like that. That's all done. That's all dead now. I've been telling you guys to get good at screening for years. Now, the Americans, your player place terrain, that's gone. Your GW layout, your 10th edition GW layouts are going to be gone. You are going to have to screen. That this will be for the guard. This will be the addition of screening. The 3 lines. The 3 lines. The 3 lines. I have been my brothers. I have tried to teach you the ways of the 3 lines, and now you must learn them. You will learn the 3 lines, or you will die. GW's terrain is going in the harbour with the T. Oh man. Screen doesn't help if you can't draw lines up to that. The whole point of the 3 lines is you move forward and then they charge you and then they expose themselves. So you're gonna have to get even better at that now. Yeah. Maybe 4 lines now. But I know what you mean, draw between the lines. Like you've got to try and draw them out. Bring platoons back so we can make squares. Form square! Form square! Easier to do lines on flat terrain. Oh, not those kind of lines. Oh, man. Recon Guard becomes the only viable detachment. Well, Recon plus Siege meta incoming. I'm calling it now. Recon Siege meta incoming. All right, well, those are the leaks. So going through them again. Army building. When you choose your army, you pick multiple detachments, but they layer across the entire army. You've got generic missions and force dispositions. What you pick determines what missions you can take. Missions are still holding objectives. 3 terrain layouts per mission. And each force disposition is designed for those missions. Tournament Companion will still give recommended layouts like now. Terrain rules, broader terrain, footprints more important than the terrain itself. Lots of change to size of footprints. Build your army for the terrain and layouts. No more mousepad objectives in the game. Recommend use GW footprint sizes. When you put those on footprints, doesn't matter. All of the terrain should work. Footprint sizes available soon. Design them yourselves and print them off, or you can buy them from Games Workshop. 16 footprints in new layouts, including long, thin pieces of woods. You put missions in your army, your opponent selects which you play. Terrain reset each game and different per table, potentially in events. No weird missions, like moving ones. New missions, very team event friendly. UKCT terrain is fucked. No faction missions. 50 missions, 3 layouts per mission, 45 layouts. 5 or 6 objectives per game. Touch terrain equals holding the objective. There will be more dens and less line of sight. Secondary cards still a thing. That's a lot of the leaks from 11th edition. My God. It's not wine. I'm not having a pint of wine. Jesus. No, I feel like I need a fucking drink, though. Jesus. All right. I don't know if I dare ask this question. But how are we feeling about these leaks? Beef or hype? Beef or hype? Let's see. Let's eyeball this. Chat. Get it in the chat. God is dead. The beef is in my blood. It seems like there's a few people that are hyped for it. I think we're gonna have to do a poll. I was gonna do the poll for the new army building, but I think we need a poll for the beef versus hype for the leaks, right? Let's have a look. That was the poll for the army, the new army building, but we haven't even really got to that yet. We got these leaks came in thick and fast. What do we think about the leaks? Beef or hype? That way we can vote. We won't just eyeball it. How trustworthy are the new leaks? Honestly, source is trust me, bro. So could all be bollocks, but a lot of it lines up with what we've heard before, but just adding more granularity to it. Apparently, Ike in the community has got his TO call with GW tomorrow. So he's going to confirm or deny this stuff tomorrow. So there you are. I am worried about these leaks. Now, the only part I'm really worried about, I'll give you my hot takes. I'm not worried about flat terrain. Like, I'm just not. Like, I don't mind there being a bunch of set layouts, which I can then place my set footprints, which I can then place my terrain on top of. That's fine. Like, I don't like, I'm not going to play on flat terrain. Other people can if they want to. I'm not going to play on flat terrain. And I kind of hope that the footprints are sort of nice and convenient, and I can just take my terrain and just put it on top. Like, I'm not worried about flat terrain even slightly. Maybe for tournaments it'll be a bit shit, but I'm not worried about that. My number one beef, I'm not worried about the forced disposition stuff or anything like that. Like, that'll be whatever it is. That's just new missions that we'll have to learn to interact with and overcome and all this kind of stuff, right? The big beef for me is if the terrain is even more dense and there's even less line of sight. And then you combine that with the 15-inch everyone's blown up if they don't shoot thing. That will be utterly gigafucked. Because that will essentially kill indirect fire, which we know Games Workshop has been trying to kill for the last 2 editions. For the last 2 editions, they've been trying to kill it. And we know that tournament players prefer melee armies. And we know that the more that the game has gone on over the last 2 or 3 editions, GW has continued to favor melee over again and again and again. And it's only very occasionally that we get a good shooting army now. So I think that this is Games Workshop pandering to competitive playtesters who just want to be able to run across the board and smash people in melee without having to deal with those pesky guns. That's what I think. That's what it sounds like. So that's my biggest concern. That's my biggest concern. I'm not worried about the missions. I'm not worried about the terrain in terms of like the flat terrain. I am worried if this is going to be ridiculously melee orientated. Yeah. The only saving grace, may be, there is hope though. There is hope. Not all the terrain might be line of sight blocking. But it does say more dense, less line of sight. But could that be interpreted? Where's my copium pipe? Where is it? Right. Could that mean that the terrain is more dense, but there's less line of sight blocking terrain? Hang on. What if... I know, I'm coping hard. But what if that's what it means? It's more dense and there's more terrain on the board, but there's less of it being line of sight blocking. Lies. Deceptions. Every day, more lies. That's what I'm hoping. Because combine that I mean, guys, imagine if the terrain is if the boards get more dense, there's less line of sight blocking terrain, and then everyone's got 15-inch load up if they don't shoot. And if you're in terrain, you -1 to hit. Which, no, -1 to ballistic skill, which stacks with -1 to hit like stealth. I mean, you just won't be able to hit. You won't be able to hit anything at range. How are you meant to hit anything? Stonks in Bolgrin and Rough Riders sky high. Hey, that new combat, the guard combat patrol might actually be good. I mean, it still looks like shit, but it might actually be good. GW just phasing out guns. You know, in Modern Warfare, the 99% of casualties are caused by like artillery and artillery equivalent. You know, especially if you include drones under the artillery category, because drones are basically just very accurate artillery in a funny sort of way. So, but GW's like, nah. Swords. That's what's going to be in the future. Oh, man. Warhammer 40k, the last world. GW is sending all the guns to AOS. Oh my god. Let's see what the poll is saying. We've got a lot of votes, and it seems to be pretty beefy. Almost 200 votes. 59% beef. My God. That's pretty beefy. We went from 80% hype to 60% beef with the new leaks. Oh. Right. We'll have to see. Remember, guys, it could all be bullshit. We don't know, but it seems like we could be in for some big, beefy times. All right. Where's the... There we go. We're actually entering Flat World. Wasn't Flat World like a 2D animation? 40k Flat World, that's what we're in. All right. Ugh. There's too much protein. There's too much beef. Oh man. I'm just messaging Evan to see if we can get that out as a video. There we go. All right. Okay. Let me have a look here. I'm just checking a couple of bits. I'm checking a bit. We got more though. We got more. Yeah, Valrak has also Valrak's put this video out already. He hasn't. I want to be the first. All right. Evan's gonna have a look and see if we can get this out whilst we're doing it live. Not sure how we're gonna do it, but yeah. All right, we've got. Let's do some super chats because I imagine quite a lot of these are going to be related to the beef. And then we can get to maybe some of the other exciting bits that were coming out there. And we can discuss these leaks further as well. A big shout out to A2664234 for that information there. That's amazing. I want to say big thank you to Wolfen Ajax. Thank you for becoming a member, sir. Thank you for doing your part. Kamek Eagle, thank you for super chat. Starting Ventrilian Nobles army for my Imperial Guard for 11th edition. Pitch posh, break out the tea and great swords for the Emperor and sweet money. Hey, Ventrilian Nobles. It's so cool how they were just one guy's creative idea at GW and they've completely caught on. Goes to show the power of just letting creatives be creative and how important that can be for the community and for GW themselves. Love Ventrilian Nobles, man. Cool as fuck. Are you going to be building them with the old guardsman bodies or with the new guardsman bodies is the big question. Is it Peachy's army? Nice. Yeah. Very cool. Hobby28, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you for the support, man. It's a suitcase. Does that mean you're going off to another game? Dark Knight Curran, thank you for the super chat. My only qualm with the system as presented is they didn't state if the attachments were mutually exclusive, meaning you could stack buffs on a unit based on attachment selection. That's my concern. Dude, I think it is actually confirmed that you can stack the buffs. I'm pretty certain that got confirmed by GW. Let me see if I can find it. There you go. Depending on your size of game, you'll be able to choose a number of detachments based on attachment point cost, ranging from one of those with gentler rules or narrow unit focuses for 3 that affect your whole army with significant. Oh, that affect your whole army with significant boosts. These are shit me, not Raven Guard. You fuck off. These gives you great flexibility to hone your armies to do and make character choices. I think you will. The detachments will give. The detachments then give rules that apply to your whole army. So you definitely can stack multiple detachment rules onto units that get affected by multiple detachments. So hypothetically, I don't think this will be possible because I think they'll both be 3-point detachments. But hypothetically, if you could stack Combined Arms and Grizzled Company, then you would have Guardsmen with lethal hits against infantry and reroll ones, and your officers have extra orders. Yeah. So I think you absolutely will be able to stack the buffs. 100%. I would presume that's the way it's going to work. And I agree that is going to lead to some insane combos that GW definitely won't have play tested. Like instantly. But I also think that it's relatively easy for GW to fix because they could just be like, oh, everyone's just combining these 2 detachments, make that one's a 2.1, one's a 1.1, make the 1.1 cost 2 points. Oh, look, you can't combine them now. Yeah. Commander HL, but can it fit the whole piece of paper? God damn it! No, I'll fit your fucking head through a piece of paper. Thank you for support, man. Simple Logic, thank you for the gift of membership. Thank you for support, man. The Whispering Monk, thank you for the super chat. What's the new system? We'll get to the new Iron Bow system in a moment once we've caught up on the super chats, but it's all about detachments and detachment points and stuff. Don't worry, it looks like it looks like a very fun system, although probably a very unbalanced one. Sky Ranger, thank you for the super chat. Mr. President, another leak has hit the stream. Another leak has hit the stream. I'm leaking everywhere. I told you guys, send me the leaks. I'll talk about them. Chris K, thank you for the super chat. Any worm-related news? No worm-related news. Meryl, thank you for the super chat. To join the tinfoil/black ship discussion, did you see that the new Orc Boy has chopper, a slugger, and a shooter, and the new knob keeps his chopper? Yes, Meryl, and it has been confirmed that you get all the weapons. So GW actually confirmed this. Your Orc Boy now gets the shooter, the chopper, and the slugger all at the same time. So you no longer have to pick between shooter boys and chopper boys. Each Orc Boy does everything. Ridemaster, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, my man. Thank you, 10 gifted memberships, sir. Thank you for the extra squad to hold the line in the flat terrain. Alex, thank you for the 45 months, man. X-Force, baby. Oof, sounds like my guard are staying in the loft. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. And I know I don't like using that phrase because I've lambasted people in the past, but I'm getting a distinct Heresy 3.0 vibe. As in that there's going to... that Games Workshop said it's the same game that we know and love. And the moment they said that in the live stream, I sent me to the Black Ships. Did I not say it? I said, the moment they say it's the same game you know and love, it means there's huge changes coming. And I think there's huge changes coming. So, and I think some people will be very bent out of shape. Wait and see how fucked it all will be. Exactly. So, Newbie, thank you for the super chat. My renewed AdMech army in stream discussion for 11th going flat. Let's have a look. Oh my God. That's actually perfect. Here's the thing, I can't even argue with it. That is, well, welcome to 11th edition, gentlemen. I will not lie to you. Some of you may not survive. Oh my God. Oh my God. Squiggle and Sean, thank you for renewing your membership, sir. Thank you for continuing to do your part, sir. Amazing. Dark Knight Curran, thank you for super chat. How is your opponent choosing your mission any different from player place terrain? It's a bold, hot, steamy take. Okay, I'll tell you how it's different. Because people used to place the terrain so that it would create a gun line and you would just die. And so the terrain was abused by someone else's, not by someone controlling you, but by someone else's decisions. But this will be different because now someone will just fuck you over and you won't be able to stop them. But in a different way. Maybe it's not all that different to player place terrain. Same, but different. DJ, thanks super chat. What if your opponent chooses your secondaries? I have no idea on that. That wasn't in the leak. That wasn't in the leak. So maybe, I don't think they will do. Yeah. Cosmic, thank you for super chat. Show us the worm and go grill a cheese, you GW ball washer. Look, here's your worm, you fucking worm obsessed bastards. All right, here's the worm. There you go. Cosmic, you can't hate me. I am merely the messenger. I'm merely relaying the leaks to you guys. Who knows? Who knows? I'm so curious to know how the community will react to these changes. Because the thing is, it's not always about the changes themselves. Here's the big one. Here's the big thing you need to take into account. It's not necessarily about the changes themselves. It's about how the community perceives the changes. It's about the optics. There are some players out there which still try and convince myself and many others out there that Horus Heresy 3.0 is actually a good game. But no matter how much they try and convince us, the optics around it was so gigafucked that it did irreparable damage. And also I think it's because it was bad. What if the same could happen to 40k? where it's not about whether the changes are good or whether the changes are actually good or actually bad. It's about how the community perceives the changes and how that then spreads out across the community. There you are. There's still players out there trying to convince us that 4th edition is better than 10th edition, where 10 is clearly a bigger number than 4. True, Dustin Polos. But if you come 10th and someone else comes 4th, then the person who's come 4th is higher up the leaderboard than you. So 10 being a bigger number than 4, but 10 is a lower ranking. 10th is a lower ranking than 4th. It's not 10 v 4. It's 10th v 4th. There you are, see? All right, Dark Knight Curran, thank you for super chat. SMS/indirect fire goes, but does it though? Because you can't target someone if they're in terrain over 15 inches away. So you can't target them with your indirect if they're in the terrain and there's more terrain. So I don't know if indirect fire is going to be. I don't think. I think those new I think for the guard, it's going to be the dawn of mechanized. I mean, hey, maybe those new Centaur carriers will be really useful. You know, because you can drive up to people and shoot them in the face from point blank range. We are absolutely in the age of urban warfare. We are absolutely in the age of urban warfare. There was a city fight. There you go. Macon, conflict glory when? Hey, I love my conflict 47. You know, I do. I'm not already conflict glory, but you know, a part of me is conflict glory for sure. Hey, who knows? Who knows? Maybe there'll be a few other. Maybe with these leaks coming out, there'll be a few other people who start getting tempted to peer into the rift. Who knows? Who knows? We'll see. Look, I'm happy either way. I'll play me guard. I'll play me conflict. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Bully Boys and Krieg Flamer teams, artillery meta. So artillery meta, no. Bully Boys and Krieg Flamer teams, yes. I think Bulgrin and I think Bulgrin and Rough Rider meta incoming. I think the meta for guard is going to be all of the abhumans and the cavalry. That's what our faction is going to become. Why do you think they've been giving us so many horses? Think about it. Why does every box contain horses? Now you know. GW would absolutely make an edition which forced all the guard players to buy 60 horses. Yeah. There you go. Must push horses. Whole edition of horses. Air Marshal, thank you for the super chat. We must reject flat terrain. Event tables already look bad enough, and for better or worse, the rest of the hobby is downstream from competitive play. I totally agree. I will say this right now, I will not be engaging with flat terrain. On my 40k battle reports, I will not be using flat terrain. I will be putting things on the footprint. So obviously I will be going to tournaments, and if those tournaments use flat terrain, then I will be forced to play on that flat terrain. But I think that, for me personally, I'm not too worried about it, because the two places that I play most of my events at are Element Games and Just Play. And Just Play has loads of has loads of terrain. And Element Games, if you've ever played Element, has got literally walls upon walls of terrain. So at either one of those venues that I will be playing at, the vast majority of it, that I will be playing at, the terrain is right there. So literally just, there's no excuse to just not put stuff on the footprints. So yeah, I don't think flat terrain is going to be a thing unless you're playing at events that rent out venues like UKTC. I think the biggest losers in this is going to be UKTC. Yeah. Air Marshal Roach, barrier to entry equals having standards. I agree. I think this whole, terrain's a barrier to entry. Painting your army is a barrier to entry. No, it's not. It's called having a fucking standard and engaging with the fucking hobby. Sorry, call me a snob. Call me a snob. I don't give a fuck. There's no such thing. Well, there's not no such thing as barrier to entry, but a lot of the things that people claim as barrier to entries are just excuses for people not to actually paint the fucking models and to paint the fucking terrain. Yeah. And in an age of 3D printing, pre-painted terrain, and fucking and in an age of 3D printing and pre-painted terrain and speed paints for your models, there's literally it's never been easier to get stuff painted up. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God, Bruce Oakman. You're absolutely right, but fuck you. Bruce Oakman's got it. Think about this. 11th flat terrain on clear perspex sheets, a la terrain these days. Guys. Oh my God. This is going to be the tournament terrain. Different coloured perspex shapes. The blue perspex is a ruin. The green perspex is a forest. That's what it's going to be, right? It's just plastic squares. Tetris edition. Put on the hat. Put on the hat. I'm putting on the hat. I'm putting it on. So conflict 40s anyone. Hey, look, right. I'm a warlord ball washer. Obviously, we all know I am. I'm not even gonna deny it, right? But on a serious note, if any of you are watching this are like actually really disheartened by it, and you are thinking this might make you want to look for another game, I do recommend Conflict. I like just purely, unobjectively, unbiasedly, just as one war gamer to another. It's a really fun game. I'm not going to give you the hard sell. I just take a look at it. All right. Don't do anything drastic. Don't do anything drastic. Wait until the information gets confirmed or anything. All that kind of. Of course. Don't make any rash decisions based on some crazy trust me bro leaks. Right. Of course. Right. But if you're getting a bit conflict curious about this whole thing, check it out. It might be for you. It might not be. But at least you've checked it out. There you are. Or if you want to stay in the Warhammer world, check out Old World. Old World's a great, again, from one war gamer to another. If you want to stay in that GW bubble, Old World's a great game as well. So there you are. Okay, see, I'm not being a shithead about it. That's it. Yeah, no one burned their armies or anything like that, right? See, I'm being very, like, that is my honest, just one war gamer to another opinion. Yeah. But I would still recommend, before you make any decisions, just seeing if this information gets confirmed or not. There you are. What do we got next? Dark Knight Curran. Melter guns better be peak this edition. I mean, yeah. Oh! You thought that you'd be playing with weapons other than melter and plasma guns, did you? Well, think again, fuckface. Because every single fucking firefight is going to take place within 15 inches of each other. And you know what? Probably a lot closer than that. So you're going to be, it's going to be Melter Range or bust. It's going to be Melter Range or bust. And you know what? It's going to be Melter and Plasma for fucking days. Or Melter and Flamer, even. With the whole -1 to hit from terrain thing. It's the goddamn Salamander meta is here. Yeah. There you go. Hey, maybe it could be the Sisters of Battle meta. Yeah. Dark Knight Curran, thank you so much, Super Chat. Tau are boned. Kroot do not have the toughness. I don't know, man. Maybe pure Kroot meta incoming. If you're cheap enough, you can spam them enough. Waves of Kroot carnivores backed up by loads of Krootox and Kroot rampages. It could happen. It could happen. You know, it would be like GW to try and shift some Kroot boxes, right? Let's have a look here. Dyson Glory, thank you for the super chat. Mech Guard eating good. I mean, I think Mech Guard is. My prediction will be this will 11th will be another edition of Mech Guard being meta, because the Mech Guard meta was very much the case for pretty much all of 10th. There's a reason why I basically ran Mech Guard the entire 10th edition. It was really good. So I think that the Mech Guard meta is going to be incoming with. It's going to be confirmed with 11th edition. Because if everyone's going to be running around like melee, you're going to need to have your infantry inside the transport, so when the transport dies, the infantry can get out and do what they need to do. Yeah. I mean, guys, if you want any more proof, this is going to be a mech melee edition. Think about that. You can take your rhinos, charge them into combat, and then disembark people and fight. Remember the what do you call it? The trailers that they showed off. Combat Disembark is this Return of Rhino Rush. So you take the Rhino, you can charge it into an enemy unit, and then your guys can disembark and fight. But there's a chance that some of the... I think you count as being battle shocked when you get out. Who gives a fuck? And you might lose some guys on the way out. Like, it's like an emergency disembark, I think. So, oh, lol, you break your legs, get out your transport on the charge. It's kind of stupid. But yeah. There you go. So it looks like Comet Disembark. And I bet that Land Raiders assault ramp will probably change to you don't die with your combat disembark. That's what the assault ramp will do. Maybe not straight away, but when the codexes come out. Yeah. All right. Raven Mercenaries. Thank you for the 5 months, man. Tau in 11th edition, baby. Unless we can order Titanic. So, I think Tau could... I don't know if Tau are going to be good in 11th edition, man. Because... -1 to hit's going to be everywhere. I honestly, man, I don't know if Tau's going to be good. SMS is going to be boned. Kroot might be able to Barney with the melee boys, but maybe. Maybe not. Tau has a lot of ignores cover. That's true. I don't know, Raven Mercenaries. The thing that might make Tau pretty good is how fast they are. So they can get their guns into range to do the damage they need to do. But it's going to be very squeaky bum time, because it's going to be run in, point blank fire. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. And then it's going to be... Because if it doesn't... Well, it's going to be run in, kill the enemy. But if you don't kill the enemy, you're so close, you're going to get chopped to pieces. I think Breachers might be going back up in stock. Hey, maybe the Pulse Carbine's making a comeback. The Legend, thank you for super chat. If terrain is denser, 11th is dead. Long live 4th. I think terrain will be denser from the American point of view. I don't think it'll be denser from the European point of view. Anyone who's used to playing on UKTC or WTC density, I think we'll see no difference. I think it's just if you're used to playing on GW layouts, basically like everyone in America, I think that's when you're going to see a difference. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see how the reactions are. Yeah. Butt Mountain, thank you for the super chat. Ooh, Butt Mountain coming in with a big conspiracy theory here. So this is why all the major competitive channels are exploring other games. Sir, I think you're going to need this. That is a very interesting theory. A lot of these competitive channels have seen the rules early, have seen that it might be doing a fucking Heresy 3.0, and have gone, we need to fucking diversify right fucking now. Oh, but Mountain, it's a spicy meatball. I wonder why Tabletop Tactics suddenly started pumping out fucking Old World battle reports. Old World, Best World. Yeah, Tabletop Tactics Old World content is lovely. Old World, yeah. And Art of War, we know Art of War will have had early access to this shit. We know it. Or at least to have people on the, know people on the inside, right? And they're suddenly looking at pushing the StarCraft game. Ooh. This is what I mean. It's all about optics. It's not even about whether the changes are good or not. It's about the perception. And it does look like a lot of channels have been... A lot of channels who we know have got NDAs with GW have been diversifying. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. What's the poll on right now? Are we beefy or are we still hypey? Let's have a look. It's still okay, it's not so bad. It's pretty equal. Beef and hype. I don't know. Here's the thing. I'm not saying whether 11th edition... I'm not saying if 11th edition is fucked or not. I'm not sitting on the fence either. I'll give you my position. It's going to be a new edition. There are going to be lots of changes that happen. Wargamers will always complain about changes. Also, these are just some trust me bro leaks right now. They may get confirmed in the coming days, but I think there are some aspects to this which look very encouraging. But I do think that terrain will make or break the edition. Truth be told, I think terrain will make or break it. But a big part of terrain is learning how to overcome it. I look. If terrain, it depends on it. Here's the thing. If the terrain rules are functional, like they actually work, unlike the Heresy 3.0 ones, where like 2/3 of the terrain rules just physically do not work. So if the terrain rules are functional and actually work, I'll be okay with it, even if it gets denser and everything, because that's just a new challenge. That's a new challenge to overcome, a new battlefield to conquer, to master, to become the undisputed lord of that domain, right? That's just, and I'm a competitive player. I like the challenge, right? So, but if the terrain rules come out and they're just like non-functional and they're just fucked, then I'm like, yeah, GG. You know, like that's where I stand. I'm not overly against, like I've played on so many different terrain layouts. I've played on so many, you know, over different editions and different game systems. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see how it pans out. But just because the terrain rules change doesn't mean that's automatically bad. And I ain't coping. If you go back and look at 8th edition boards, they were very different to 9th edition boards. 9th edition boards are very different to 10th edition boards. And we've enjoyed, you know, my only problem with 10th edition is that on every level, the game has been too solved and too repetitive and too boring. Even if these terrain rules are very different, if they lead to consistently different games, consistently new experiences, then that's a good thing. But terrain is the make or break. Because we don't play on a board, we play on a tabletop. We play a war game. So we'll see. Talzon, thank you. But I do love the conspiracy theory that's why all major competitive channels are exploring other games. I do love that conspiracy theory. Yeah. Talzon, thank you for super chat. Come down to Crazy Towels Discount Guard Emporium. I've got fire sales on las guns, bombast cannons, and a buy one get one on mortars. I'm sad now. But wait, Talzon, I thought you were Team Cope. I thought you were Team Hype. Have you changed from Team Hype to Team Beef? Also, don't sell your army. You should. If you're going to sell your army, you wait until the beginning of edition. That's when the market peaks. Right now, you'll be selling in the dip. Traditionally, anyway. Unless the game is so bad that it actually crashes the Warhammer market. But that's when you buy the dip. Also, why sell when you can just play another edition? There you are. Mad Larkin, thank you for 33 months, man. Check your DMs. Confirm some of the leaks. Wait. We got confirmation? Confirmation? 1 minute. Hey, another source for different Discord. Wait, okay, we've got more leaks. Leak! We've got more leaks. Okay. It's all leaking. It's leaking everywhere. My God. Okay. All right. We got more leaks. Oh, my God. What a time to be alive. Right, wait a minute. I need a drink. I'm sorry. I'm getting... this is so... There's so much, like... Right. There's so much going on here. I need a drink. I'm going to be 2 seconds. I'm grabbing a drink. I'm grabbing a proper drink. Right, 1 second. Hello, you. Right, I'm back. I'm back. The leaks are here. I've got a beer. I've got a normal drink. Right. Okay. Oh my god. It's I tell you, I've got a 7% beer. It's fucking like thick. It's like drinking a thick milkshake. Jesus Christ. It's I took one sip. I've only ever really had sort of 5% before. So I took one sip and went, fucking hell, it's blowing my cock off. My God. It's strong, yeah. Okay, right. I don't mean to alarm you, gentlemen. I don't mean to alarm you. But a second wave of leaks may have just hit the GW. Now, again, full disclaimer. This is source, trust me, bro. Could all be bollocks. But this is a second source. It's a second source, which seems to be confirming, but also adding more detail to what we've already talked about with the leaks. So the whole, terrain thing and how you pick missions and armies and all that kind of stuff, right? So it's like a lot. This whole concept is leaking like mad. Multiple angles, multiple different sources. So this is a different person who has come to me with different looking information, but it's talking about the same topic, and it's lining up. It's all lining up. Could be people just spreading shit, but let's get into it. So, leak number one, or point number one. When you create your army and pick your detachments, you then pick what army type you are. That's locked in. So it's not, it's not like, that kind of lines up with what we've heard before. Right? So you create your army and your detachments, and then you pick what army type you are, and that gets locked in. Which definitely lines up with what we saw with the other leaks, how army building and everything was going to come together. Yeah. Kelt saying that's the same as Spearhead. If it's the same as Spearhead, then I absolutely believe it. Because we know that Age of Sigmar is the guinea pig for 40k. They push things in Sigmar, see how it works, and then they tweak it and bring it over to 40k if it does work. Okay. The new app will have all the terrain layouts, and the app will tell you everything. Now, we know that's also... that lines up with what Games Workshop has told us at the event, at the Adepticon Reveals event, because they said the app was going to get some big updates. So GW seems to be muscling in on some of the Tabletop Battles app territory. Maybe they've even taken it over. I don't know. But if GW, if they're doing it via the app, it's probably because they want people to pay for Warhammer Plus. Yeah. All right. Okay, here's another thing. So I'll paraphrase this so I don't, because obviously I don't want, because these are screenshots of a bunch of messages, so I don't want to say exactly what it is in case it gets anyone in trouble, right? But basically it says, some of the guys, when they heard about objective maps going away for terrain footprints, they didn't like it. But now they've played a bunch of the games. They've play tested a bunch of the games, and it feels similar, but overall cooler. So that's encouraging. I mean, hey, this leak is fake because we know GW doesn't playtest anything. Clearly it's fake, right? Because they don't playtest shit. When a purge army meets a take and hold army, they have to be on one of 3 layouts linked to the mission. So that's the matrix. So it goes purge, I'm purge, you're hold. These are the 3 layouts. And then that links to what we've got in the other leak, where GW will have recommendations for which layouts should be used for different matchups and stuff, like tournaments and stuff. Okay. Here's a bit more confirmation. A bit more confirmation. Again, it's a different source saying similar things. Secondaries are staying as cards and are generic. So there's no faction-specific secondary missions. Same as what it is in 10th edition. We all get the same secondaries. We all pick from the same decks. Obviously, we have our own separate decks, but we pick from the same. Those decks are made up of the same cards. So that's fine. I mean, it's a bit boring that they're the same. I kind of wish that secondaries would change. So they're a bit more... I don't know, man. I kind of wish they separated Maelstrom, as we used to call it back in the day, from primary, but whatever. Primary objective. Primary objective is 100% based on your army's detachments. 100% based on it. So there's no generic, like, primary, like, oh, we're just going to set up and this is the mission. Like, the primary is always based on your army attachment, which links into what we saw before, where potentially your opponent gets to pick your primary. And that's how it's 100% based on it. It's not, oh, this is our 2. Okay, so it's not just, these are our 2 things, this is the mission we're going to play. It's, these are our 2 armies. I don't know. Maybe. If primary and secondary were dependent on your army, like both sides were playing different games. I mean, maybe Crucible, maybe. Okay, here's the big one. So everything we've seen so far has kind of been just confirming or closely tying in to what we've seen already said, right? Here's potentially a big one. Are you ready? You don't need to discard secondary cards anymore. You can end up holding more than 2 going into your next turn. So there's no max of 2 secondaries anymore. If you can't score a secondary, you just keep it until later when you might be able to score it. So if you pick Deploy Teleporter Homer or Establish Locust, whatever it's called these days, turn 1, it's not, oh, well, I'm fucked on that one now. It's like, okay, well, I'll keep that one and score it later. That's quite a big change. That's a huge change, if true. If true. That's a good change. So what, you just draw cards every turn regardless? Apparently, Crucible 76, you don't need to discard them. You just draw your 2 cards and you just keep them and you just build up a list of secondaries. You score them as opportunities as you can. So I really like that because you might be like, okay, I've got the secondary, but I don't want to go for it this turn because going for this turn would just overexpose me. So I will get it the turn after, but I'll get it the turn after when I'm in a better position for it. I absolutely love that because it stops you feeling like you're getting pulled from pillar to post, like you can't have a second to think in your games. You could just be like, okay, here are my secondaries. Now I can start building my game plan up around how I'm going to get the secondaries. Some I can be opportunistic about. Some I can plan and might not get till the last turn. Or later, I don't know how long you can hold them on for. Maybe you can only hold on for a turn or something. But yeah, that is a massive, massive win in my book. Like, high command is sending you these orders as they come down. And you just have the whole game to like to achieve them as and when you can. If that's true, huge win. Huge positive win. Kind of makes some thematic sense. Like the orders you got early in the game don't stop being important. Command would still like a teleport homer. Exactly. Exactly. They still want you to secure that objective. They don't want you to like secure it and then instantly lose it. They want you to still like secure it. Yeah. That sounds like you could just hold a bunch of cards and just do everything all in one turn and build one big go turn. Maybe, but remember at the Evan at the end of 40k is a very lethal addition. Well, 40k is a very lethal game in general. You might have the best of intentions to hold on to units, but what if your opponent starts doing heavy damage to you and you're like, shit, man, I'm running out of I might not have the opportunity to do everything that I want to do. I might have lost too many assets. Your hand may get forced. And there's a nice bit of counterplay there where you might see your opponents building up a nice deck of cards and you might be like, I need to start forcing his hand, otherwise he's going to have that big go turn. Like, if he gets to do that on the last turn, he'll get 5 points, but if I can force him to do it next turn, he'll only get 3 points for it. And there's information here we may not have. Like, there could be a score limit, so you can have a nice big hand of secondaries, but you can only score so many each turn. Yeah. Yeah. So that's a biggie. If true, that's a biggie, and it's one I'm generally very in favor of. Yeah. Ooh. So okay. So in the last leak that we had, it said there were 16 footprints. But this leak is saying there are 16, but it's not really 16, it's 8. There's 8 footprints, but then they're mirrored for like each side of they're mirrored. So like if you've got like a footprint that goes like that, and then you mirror it and it's like it's on the other side, it's like that instead, right? So it's not 16 unique different shapes. It's 8 unique shapes which are mirrored. Which makes sense. But does cut down the variety a little bit. Well. What do we think? I think the two big that's only a little micro leak. I think a lot of that lined up with what we already knew. A lot of the terrain stuff, right? But I think and the mission stuff, but I think the big one is the fact that you might be able to hold on to multiple secondaries. I mean, I'm Blake M can confirm I am not the leaker, but everything so far is accurate from the TO call today. Leaks confirmed. Leaks confirmed. Blake M. Blake M. is saying that he's confirming it. He's confirming it. He's the man on the inside. He's a GW spy. Let's have a look. This could be big. I'm just saying this could be pretty. This could be pretty big. Are we getting more leaks? Wait, are we getting? Wait, wait? Have we just had our third leak of the night? 1 second. I gotta check something. Oh no. No. It's just a troll. All right. I thought we had our third leak, but we've not. Okay. So yeah, that we've had so that's our second wave of leaks. What do we think? Is that beef or hype? Is that beef or hype? A Tiny Goose, we've had 2 lots of leaks live. 2 lots of leaks. I'm going to try and get them out as stream highlights ASAP, like literally whilst we're doing the stream. Okay. 1 minute. We're getting these out. We're getting these out. Hang on. I'll send them to Evan. All right. 1 minute. All right, we're getting it all. Don't worry, I'm gonna catch on super chats after this. Oh my god, it's big. There's a lot going. We're doing it live, guys. There's a lot going on. You're gonna have to bear with me a second. Right. It's all good though. If you've missed the leaks, don't worry. We're gonna be discussing them all tonight, of course. And what I'm doing right now is talking to Evan, the editor, absolute fucking hero, and he is going to try and put these out as stream highlights whilst we're still streaming. So if you don't want to go back and find where it was in the stream and all that kind of stuff, we're getting them out literally today as extra videos. Okay, so don't worry. Like I'm not just like typing away and ignoring you guys. I'm trying to get this to you ASAP, inject it right into your veins, all that good shit. All right, so just. Sorry for being slightly just typing away, but just give me a second. We're getting it sorted out. All right, let's have a look here. I think this is okay. Okay. All right, 1 second. All right, there we go. So that would be 15. All right. Okay, got it. All sorted. Oh, I'm hot. I'm hot. Oh. Right. Sorry for that. I've got all the information to Evan. I've got all the information to Evan now. He's going to be working on those stream highlights, ASAP, all that good stuff. So hopefully those will be out literally later today, later tonight. All right. So apologies for the little fucking around there, but I wanted to make sure, like I said, I was getting that info out as videos so that people don't have to like slog through the fucking big live streams, you know, because I know some people are going to have been joining and like, hey, where's the information? We can point them to the videos. Just trying to do my best. Honestly, trying to do my best by you guys, by the community. So there we are. A big shout out to Evan. Big shout out to Evan. He's an absolute fucking hero. Yeah. There we go. All right. Okay, there we go. Evan's like, fuck's sake, Mordian. More work. Right. Oh my God. We've had 2 lots of leaks tonight. I wonder if we'll get the hat trick. I wonder if we will. All right. Let's have a look here. So we've got some more Some more super. So Mad Larkin, thank you for those leaks, man. That was cool. I want to say a big thank you to James Payton Plastic. Thank you for super chat. Ready for AOS codexes using 11th edition rules? Half joke. I mean, I think they're bringing AOS and 40k closer together. You'll know when the convergence point happens, when AOS goes down to single turn and 40k goes to double turn. There you are. Anthony Williams, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Yes. Thank you for the support, man. Nico, thank you for the super chat. Went to buy Japanese and things took a turn. Pictures in stream discussion. All right. Let's have a look. What's he bought? Yes. Who knows? Maybe this will be the first of many Conflict 47 armies that we end up showing off on this channel, depending on how people's reactions to 11th edition are. Dude, I love it, man. Totem Rota Starter Army. Locust Mech, amazing. Gross, amazing. Naktorben, really good. Nat Jaeger, amazing. Shrek Wolfwood. That is a very, very solid Axis army right there, bro. Holy shit. Hitting all the big ticket items. Yeah, hitting all the big ones. The zombies, Shrek Wolfen, and loads of fantastic other units. Yeah. Powerful stuff, man. Very, very powerful. We've already got some built as well. Nice. The beauty of metal models and stuff is that they're much quicker to build. Much quicker indeed. There we are. All right. What do we got next? Bruce Oakman, thank you, super chat. GW missed a real April Fool's opportunity. They could have sold 11th edition compatible flat objective marker circles like they have been. I just said it's all new 11th edition objective gazebos. Do you want to know what's funny? I've heard rumors. Before today, I heard rumors that some TOs were considering keeping the flat circles as objectives and saying this is going to be, they're going to be craters because all objectives are going to be craters now. So all objectives are going to be terrain now. So they're like, so it still gives you like the benefit of cover and stuff, but it's now an objective crater. I wonder if that'll end up happening. Might be that April's Fool becomes what was once a nightmare is now a frightening reality. Nico, thank you for the double super chat, by the way. So it seems to have come through twice, but thank you for your support, man. Bruce Oakman, thank you for another super chat. GW could do the funniest thing ever and give Guardhead weapon teams a support keyword. Just saying, it would get me playing 11th edition 100%. Yes. Yes. That, detective, is the right answer. Absolutely believe in that. That's a cool idea. So, John, thank you for super chat. I, for one, embrace our urban warfare maps as long as we use multi-floor with removable floors and roofs. Granted, most of the squat guns are 18-inch range. So, John, I'm sorry to tell you, but the terrain isn't getting taller and with more levels. The terrain is getting flatter. Word on the street is, via these leaks, that that the terrain layouts, you can put whatever terrain you want on them. So you could put no terrain on them if you. It's not the terrain that's important. It's the layout which is important. So you could have flat terrain if you wanted to, but you don't. But that's only if you want to. If they give you an L-shaped layout, you can then put your own terrain on it, and that's fine. Yeah. So it's not getting more interactive levels; it's getting less, unfortunately. Anthony Williams, thank you for the super chat, man. My answer to guard cavalry in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Nice. Take some of the old Bretonian knights. Give them... Is that a Sentinel autocannon? Where did you get that? Also, that's definitely a 3D printed knight. Or at least that's a 3D printed part of it. Yeah. Where did you get the autocannon? Put it back. It's not yours. I love it, man. All right. Solarius, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Thank you for the support. Thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new conscripts. Amazing sell. Lord Prayer, thank you for the 41 months. Just joined. What's the TLDR? Okay. The TLDR is that you pick your army rules. Let me bring it up. Let me just bring it up. It's easier for me to bring it up than try and go off memory. Wait a second. Okay, so the TLDR is you might be able to hold more than 2 secondaries over each turn, so you can hold on to them. And there's some interesting things around how secondaries work. But the two big one, not secondaries. There's some interesting things about secondaries, potentially holding on to them for the game, so you don't have to score them that turn. And there's some interesting things around how force composition can interact with what primary mission you get. The two big ones that people seem to be most excited / beefed about is terrain is now essentially flat. So what happens is, rather than having like a terrain, like how terrain is now, especially for tournaments, where like terrain over a certain height like equals line of sight blocking or not, and all this kind of stuff. Like if you've got a ruin that's 4 inches tall, it's less than 4 inches tall, it doesn't block line of sight. If it's more than 4 inches tall, it is infinitely blocking line of sight, all that kind of stuff. All that height stuff's gone. Basically, you would have something like this, a footprint, and then you could put whatever terrain you wanted on it. So it's not about the height of the terrain or anything like that. You have the footprint, and the footprint basically tells you what kind of terrain it is. So it's like, oh, this is a ruined footprint. Okay, so you put your little footprint down, and then you put a little ruin on it if you want to, right? So I could, for example, if I had like this footprint, I could then like put and say, oh, this is a ruin. I could put this ruin on top of it. Obviously, this one's a bit big, but you get my point. I could put this ruin on top of it and go, okay, so it's the footprint that matters, and I've put this on for just to make it look pretty. Or if it's a forest, I could go, okay, well, I'll put these, here's my footprint, and I'll put these trees on top of it. Okay, so now that's a forest. But where people are beefing on it is the fact that you don't need to put anything on the footprints if you don't want to. So it's entirely possible to have a board with all 2D flat terrain, and for that to have basically the same functionality as you putting stuff on. Putting stuff on the footprints is just for aesthetic purposes. But the thing is, whilst a lot of people are obviously naturally like fuck 2D terrain and all that kind of stuff, I think the community will obviously just be like, well, I'm obviously going to put stuff on the footprints because I'm not playing on fucking 2D terrain. Yeah. So, yeah. The beef with that won't be with GW. Just Apollos is right. The beef will be with the TOs that choose to phone it in and just a flat terrain. Yeah, there you are. So that's that bit of beef. And then the other bit of beef is that apparently the boards are getting denser. But I think that's just relative to, current GW layouts. I think if you're going to play it on UKTC and WTC terrain already, it won't get any denser. It'll be business as usual. So yeah, so that's basically the main scoop. All right. What do we got next? Killak Nelak, thank you for the super chat. I think Tau have a chance at 11th. Ignores cover, shoot ignoring to hit modifiers on riptides and broadsides. Kroot and the power of anime and Phil Kelly on our side. Yeah, Tau could be big because Markalites give you +1 to hit and ignore cover right now. So you would go to hitting on 3s, right? From 4s to 3s. Compare that to guard with our orders, where if we hit on 4s base and then someone's in cover, we hit on 5s, but take aim would let us go back to hitting on 4s, we would be at a significant disadvantage. So, yeah, basically, all the Tau players that are like, we need our Markalites being buffed. Look at the guard orders. And now it's like, fuck off. Hellhound meta. Hellhound meta. I think Flamer meta may be incoming. I do have a lot of Flamers, so I would be totally okay with this. Marcus Roberts. So Lord Prayer, thank you for the super chat, man. Book Fellas in the chat earlier listed 2nd edition missions. Dawn Raid, Take and Hold, Engage and Destroy. I really like the idea of going back to Armageddon in missions too. Possible primaries. So yes, this has, I think, been shown off a little bit on the GW website, but maybe not. Oh, no, it hasn't. So that's interesting. Yeah, so we know that. So things like Dawn Raid, Take and Hold, Engage and Destroy, I think that was all part of the like Maelstrom missions that were shown off. And I think that's what's coming to, basically the idea is that's coming to 40k as well. But yeah, what was interesting, Lord Prayer, is that there was this possibility that your opponent got to pick what primary you were going to get to do, which I wasn't a fan of. Like, let's say you took a Take and Hold style army, which we know is a thing from the GW article today, right? Let's say we know that you do a Take and Hold style army. That might mean you have like 2 or 3 missions that you have to put on your army list, and then your opponent goes, well, you're going to do that one. I really hope that your opponent doesn't pick your army, doesn't pick your mission. I don't know. I like to be the one that's in control of what my army is wanting to do. Yeah. Also, it creates a bit of a like dick move situation where if certain missions aren't as good as others, but you have to pick 3, then your opponent but you go to a tournament, your opponent goes, well, what's the worst one? Oh, that one. Right, yeah, that's the one you're doing. And you go, oh, okay, well, I'm going to do the same for you. That one. It kind of stops it from being a gentleman's game. And from the very beginning, it creates an element of we're trying to fuck each other over. So I really hope that it doesn't work like that, to be honest, Lord Prayer. But yeah. So Newbie, thank you for the super chat. New 11th edition army stream discussion right out the box. Literally, I saw this come in, man. Wait 1 minute. New 11th edition army. It's just oh man. The funny thing is that that's not even like, if someone actually did that, would they even be wrong? I mean, if anything, you're not exactly helping yourself with line of sight, are you? Maybe, yeah, that is the final stage of board gamification of 40k. Snow Peace T, thank you for the super chat. My takes in stream discussion. All right. All right, let's have a look here. I'm 50-50 hype and beef. I'm excited for some stuff, and I'm really worried about others. I've come to realize I've come to the realization, but others are so bad. Indeed, I agree. 11th is ride or die, specifically on the terrain and internal faction balance. It won't matter if there's only one way to build the armies viable. What is really scaring me is the pseudo lone op shit. I'm predicting World Eaters and similar alpha striking hard because other armies can't reach them. Also, more dense terrain smells big problems for tanks, for stupid line of sight rules we have. And what I hate most still stands and got worse, footprints. I love the new army building ideas. I love the vibe my army is taking hold, but my opponent chooses what I take and hold. It adds to the challenge and probably avoids skews. The new army restrictions for 1k and 2k are also so cool. My group already did the 1k rules in the past, worked well. But even at the leaks, I get hyped. I remember it's GW writing and I get sad again. I also expect a gigaton of exceptions and cases that dictate if a dude could walk over it or not. Also, we may get awful AI slot rules explanation, just throwing it out there. Yeah. Terrain leaks, angry censored noises, leaks, objective leaks, secondaries, army customization. I mean that's isn't it bad? Isn't it bad that even like it's like, oh, there might be some cool concepts here, and then it's like, but GW's writing it. Isn't it bad how we've come to expect bad output from Games Workshop? Like these guys are like this, you know, the £6 billion company, and we expect them to fuck it up and not to put out something good. Like even if they have a good idea, we expect them not to be able to stick the landing. Like that's bad. But I agree. Yeah, I agree, man. All right, interesting takes. Mostly agree with them, to be honest. Chansey, thank you for super chat. Oh, great Enclave Intelligence. Some newly kitbash paragons in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Enclave Intelligence ready for priming. Nice. I like that. That's a mixture of the Cadian stuff and the Firefly stuff.
When it comes to fighting crime,
Very cool, man.
keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
Very, very cool. I love it. Excellent stuff, Chansey. Excellent stuff indeed. Looking forward to seeing them all painted up soon, man. Nice. DJ the Terminator, thanks for super chat. How do you move a tank on a forest footprint if you put trees on it?
Another glorious day in the Corps. Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the Corps.
Infantry, sir.
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Maybe just don't glue the fucking trees on. My brain is blown. It's beyond science. My God, it's never been done. Sorry, DJ. But I think you were asking for that one. Someone clip it if they want to. We'll put it out. We'll put it. If someone clips it, I'll put it out as a short. There you are. What have we got here next? Oh my days. Oh my God. All right, let me have a look here. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's popping up, baby! It's popping up, baby! Woo! It is the Death Strike chat, baby! Oh my God. Swordfish Thumbs, aka L11 TriStar, coming in with the $100 super chat. My man. My man. Holy shit, bro. Holy shit. Thank you, thank you, thank you. From the bottom of my heart, dude. Thank you for the tip of my toes, the end of my big rubbery nose. Thank you for absolutely smashing it and going above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with the big support. Oh my God. I raise my glass to you, sir. I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman and a scholar. There you are. There you are. Holy shit, man. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. I just want to say we have nothing to fear as Guardsmen because the Emperor is always on our side. His blessings are innumerable as his many arms dispensing the blessings to his children. Wait, how many arms? One day his star-born angels will fight alongside us, all in the righteous struggle. Yes, Commissar? I have some heresy to report. It started off, and I was like, yes, praise be the Emperor, praise be. And then as it went on, I was like, smells like heresy. Oh my God. Hey, but you know what? Speaking of Jews to the cult, we said this earlier in the stream, and I think it's true now. I think it's still true. With the whole being able to layer multiple detachments on, I do think that you will be able to run triple army GSC again, where you can combine the final day detachment with the Brood Brothers detachment. So you can run NIDS, GSC, and Guard all in the same army. And if you can do that, I will do that. Like, that's such, to me, that's such a fun concept. Whether it's good or bad, I don't care. That's such a fun concept, like having the three arms of the cult all working together as one. Yeah. Yeah. Really cool. So L10, thank you so much for support. And praise be to the four-armed Emperor. Praise be to his angels, his star-born entities, who will come down and we will become one with them. They will take us into their bosom. Praise be. There you are. There you are, man. Amazing. Thank you. 1,000 times thank you for your incredible generosity. Bro, you're an absolute fucking hero. And thank you for being fucking awesome. Once more, I raise my glass to you, man. Thanks, bro. Bro! Oh my God. Right, what have we got next? I think we've got a couple of other bits of support here. The Whispering Monk, 12th edition leak in Discord. Um, New leaks of 12th edition Warhammer 40k. Oh my god. What game is that? That looks really cool. Like post meme triggers wargamer autism, makes me want to play it. Yeah, yeah. I'm having a look here. I think we may have just had gentlemen. Leak! Leak! Oh my god. Darling, you gotta give me time to recover. Oh my days. Kaon, can you not leak something for 5 minutes? I'm sorry. That's my secret, Kaon. I'm always leaking. So I don't know if this is another round of leaks. But there's definitely some new information here. And there's a little bit of new information, and there's a lot of confirmation information. So we've had a third person come forward in regards to this supposed like TO call, TO meeting that happened earlier today. And this looks like the most comprehensive set of notes from that meeting. So this is this looks like a lot of what we saw before is being repeated here, but there is new stuff in here as well. Like if this was just confirmation, I wouldn't even be making a thing out of it. But the fact there's more new stuff and it's all lining up. It's all lining up. I think once you've had 3 separate people with 3 different sources, even though it's, trust me, bro, at some point it's gotta, the numbers are adding up. The numbers are adding up here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Evan's going to kill me. I've got to give him a third set of leaks. It's a third set of Evan, I'm sorry. Oh my god. Right. Let's go through this. See what's new. See what's old. See what's going on. All right. So some of this I think is we're gonna be rattling through. It's gonna be quite quick. Army build in brackets forced disposition affects mission and terrain layout. So the last few notes we've had have been a little unclear, but they were just quick notes written down. These seem like they've been written down and tidied up as they were going along. Yeah. So after the effect, written down as they were going along, but then tidied up after the fact. So army build in brackets force disposition affects mission and terrain layout. Suggests detachment don't allow soup. Army builds pretty much like they are now. But obviously there might be some exceptions to that because of Brood Brothers and Final Day and all that stuff. Right? Does the border trick is telling if it's 3 primary sources or 3 secondary sources or repeating the same primary source? That's a good point. But it looks like 3. It could be both. It could be. It's not. It could be 3 secondary sources quoting 3 different primary sources. There you are. You can choose force disposition from any of the detachments you choose if you're choosing more than one. Wait. So what I think that means, you choose your army, you choose your you choose your army, you choose your detachments, and then you can just pick whatever force disposition you want. So it might be like even if you built like a really high progressive Blood Angels army, you might be like, I'm going to pick the take and hold disposition. Let's keep reading. Every army has access to every disposition. And then we move on to terrain layouts. 3 terrain layouts associated with each mission combination. Yeah, so it's all going to be done in list building, I'm sure, not at a table. Yeah, I think that's right. I think it's all going to be done in list building. So you choose your army, Space Marines or Imperial Guard. You choose your detachments, and then you choose your force disposition. And then you start putting units into your list. Or does it mean... So, yeah, which makes sense, because it would be weird if it was like... I think that's the only way it can be done. Because when you think about it, if it's like, okay, well, if I take a bunch of, like, intercessors, it then means I have to take, like, the take and hold detachment. That would be like, how would that work? Like, oh, if you cross the threshold of, like, 3, it means you have to do that. So, yeah, I think it basically is like, you pick your army, you pick your faction, you pick your detachment, and then you pick your forces position. And force disposition affects missions. But it says you can choose force disposition from any detachment you choose if choosing more than one. So maybe there is an element of this detachment means you can... There may be an... Okay. There may be an element of you pick your force disposition. If you pick Gladius, it means you like have to do take and hold. But if you pick like... let's say you're going down... Oh, let's say using Guard example. You do like Grizzled Company. Okay, this means you have to have this force disposition. But if you were, let's say, taking like Siege and Recon together, assuming they're not 3-point detachments, maybe one is a take and hold detachment and one is like a Purge the Foe detachment. And then you can go, okay, well, I've got these 2 detachments. I'm going to pick which of these 2 force dispositions I'm going to go for. So I think that's what it is. Yeah, detachments may dictate what dispositions you can pick. So it goes... There's two possible theories. There's two possible ways this seems to see how the picture's getting clearer and clearer. The more leaks that come out, it's getting clearer and clearer. So we're basically down to two possible ways this works. You have got either you just pick your faction, pick your detachments, and just pick your force disposition. You can do whatever you want. Or it goes, you pick your faction, you pick your detachments, and then you look at what detachment you've taken, and that gives you the option, a limited option on what force disposition you could possibly take. Both could be possible. The simplest route is just, I just put whatever force disposition I want on top, as an extra layer on top of all this. That's the simplest one. But it seems like it seems like it would make more sense if it was each attachment's going to mean a certain force disposition. So the advantage of taking several weaker detachments means that you have the option to pick from. You've got more options when it comes to picking your force disposition. Yeah. It seems like that. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So a little bit more clarification there. All right. There's 3 terrain layouts associated with each mission combination. That we knew. TO picks, e.g., round 1 you play A, round 2 B, and round 3 C. Right. Right. I get it. So it's not whether TO just goes, you're playing on this layout, whether you like it or not. What happens is the TO will say, round 1, everyone is playing on layout A. Doesn't matter what. So then you go, okay, well, round 1, let's work out what mission we've got. Okay, it's going to be this. Out of the 3 possible layouts, it's going to be this one. So there's still a bit of working out what the mission is going to be. But the TO basically tells you what the layout's going to be. So you don't have to work out which of the 3 layouts you're going to use. Okay. It's going to be interesting though, isn't it? Because how is BCP? I mean, I guess every mission is still just based out of 100, right? So it doesn't really matter if let's say round 1 I play Purge the Foe and round 2 you play Take and Hold, for example. Because we're both scoring out of 100. So it's actually fine. So all the TO basically needs to define is, okay, what layout everyone, doesn't matter what the mission is, the layout is going to be for whatever mission you're playing is going to be A this time. And your A might be different to their A because you might be playing a different mission to them, but that's all right. Yeah. So WTC terrain works fine for the new edition, apparently, but the footprints will change. That's because WTC terrain is done on perspex bases. That makes sense. So WTC terrain is very tall. It's very, very tall. It's I've got an example of it for you guys here. Right. Here you go. So you can see WTC terrain is very tall, but you can see it's just on perspex bases, right? So what Games Workshop is saying is that your WTC terrain, like you're still going to be able to like plop it on the perspex bases, but you're just going to need different footprints. So like they're not just going to be like rectangles. There's going to be other ones now. Okay, so that's interesting. Objectives will be linked to a particular terrain footprint, and each footprint will be in a specific place. Makes sense. It's just the same. It's same, but different. So the layouts are going to be different, but at the end of the day, terrain is still going to be based on a fixed layout. And rather than the objectives being random circles on the map, there's going to be specific terrain, specific objective terrain pieces, which are going to be at certain places on the map. And they're probably going to be across the middle, equidistant. There's going to be one objective in your. There's going to be one piece of terrain in your deployment zone, one piece that that you need to defend, one in mine that I need to defend, and 3 across the middle that are equidistant apart that we're all going to need to fight over. There you are. Dimensions of footprints will be released in a few days and a downloadable PDF. Woo! Oh wow! So we might actually get this pretty quick. We might actually get this pretty fucking soon. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Okay. So you'll be able to download them as a PDF. I wonder if that means you'll be able to, that links into what we saw before, where you'll be able to print them out. So you could just download them and cut on printer paper and cut them out and put them on your table. Significantly, okay. Big beef time. Big beef time. It's been confirmed here, guys. Significantly more dense than GW's current layouts. 16 footprints in the new layouts. So what I think that means, does that mean there's going to be 16 pieces of terrain on the board? Is every board going to have 16 pieces of terrain? Wow. That's a lot. They can't all be line of sight blocking, surely. No. Wait. Why did we bother inventing guns? Why? Seriade, 5 of them are the objectives, but there's still going to be terrain pieces, Seriade. It's terrain. All of it. All the terrain. However, with the current terrain, line of sight blocking room is massive to uncover. If you have to be on the market, it's actually smaller. I mean, I think some of it is going to be... I think some of it is going to be on the market. I don't think you get hidden in the... No. Anna, I don't think it's going to work like that. I don't know. But I don't think it's going to be a case of you can be seen. That'd be so weird if it's like, if you're behind the terrain, you can be seen, but if you're on the terrain, you can't be seen. It's not going to work like that at all. Each new chapter approved. Here's our new layout pack. Hurry up and buy. Yeah. Or print. They're going to make them printable. They're going to have to be much smaller footprints. Cruiser says if the infinite high rule is gone, it might not be as bad. Dude, the terrain is fucking 2D, bro. It's going to be infinitely high. You're not going to be able to see through the fucking footprints, boys. No way. But maybe. But I doubt it. God. Ugh. Significantly more dense. 16 pieces of terrain on the board. 8 mirrored. That makes sense. There's 8 on one side of the board, 8 on the other side of the board, 8 pieces. That's what was said in the last lot of leaks. Obviously, there's still interpretation happening here. We're still filling in some gaps, but this is Todd Howard, 16 times the terrain. All of this just works. Oh.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe.
Oh my God. Oh. Right, there's more. There's more. Should make missions more balanced through terrain setups linked to force disposition. It's the missions. I honestly don't know how the missions are going to be more balanced. The missions are already fine. There's just a bit of a, if you go first, it's a bit of a problem, but that's it. I think we're in the Melee edition. I think this is 11th edition is the way of the sword. I think it's the way of the sword. Tournament companion on day 1 to support events. That's good. Confirms team pairings will need to account for force disposition, with the defender picking which of the 3 layouts triggered by the force org pairing. My brain hurts. I'm just gonna. I'm not even. I can't get my head around it. I'm just gonna believe that team pairings is gonna matter for force or for force. Teams pairing is going to have to take another thing into account, which is force disposition. Because you can no longer go, okay, which board do you... Okay, I'm going to pick this matchup. Okay, which board do you want? It's going to be, if we do this matchup, it's going to mean it's this layout. Okay, no, I've got it. I've got it. Yeah, that's all right. This is big. They're doing another 10th edition. What I mean by that is rules should be free online before the edition drops. That's what they did with 10th edition. If you were here at the beginning of 10th edition, they basically released everyone's indexes and the core rules for free online. Like it felt like a month in advance. And then, so everyone could play the game, and then they launched like then they did the launch box and everything. I don't know if it was like 2 weeks or a month, but it was so we could play test it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, they're gonna, so we don't know. So we might not even have to wait until June. It may be the new edition drops before June, 20th of June. By the way, the edition is meant to come out on the 20th of June because no one can book a table at Warhammer World for that day. Snow PC, AOS is 9% melee, 11th and AOS is the same shit now. Isn't that funny? Because Phil Kelly ran AOS and now he's running 40k. My man must he's bad at writing Tau lore, but he must love melee. There you are. Mad Larkin, I feel like you have firmly gone over to the beef camp, whereas previously you were in the hype camp. Oh my God. Quality of life improvements on the app. You will have access to your opponent's rules even if you don't own the codex. They didn't say how. Potentially big. This could mean that if you just pay for Warhammer Plus, you get access to all the codexes. That's how the Warlord app does it right now. You just pay one price and you get all your rules in there. You pay your $2.99 or is it $1.99 a month? I think it's $1.99 a month. You pay your £2 a month and you get everything. Core rules, list builder, and army lists. And you don't have to then buy your army book and then use so hopefully that's the way they do it. The only other way they might do it is when you're filling in you might be filling in like your game info where you go, okay, I'm using Guard, what are you using today? Tyranids, and then you can when you say you're fighting against Tyranids, you can then maybe in that pairing look at what they've got. But that would be I think the simplest way for GW to do it would just be, hey, pay us for the fucking app, you get all the rules. Hopefully that's the way they do it. By the way, quick shout out. I know. The Warlord app is only £2 a month. You get everything. And the entire thing is basically designed by one guy. And it's a better app than GW's. I wonder how much they paid for their app. Yeah. And how many people are working on it. Yeah. All right. Russ W, now that doesn't maximize profit. You see, I think it does. Right now, the vast majority of people don't use the Warhammer app. They use something like New Recruit or something similar. If GW charged a flat amount but gave you everything, I reckon everyone would use it. Truthfully, I think everybody would go over to it. It's just like it's what have we said? Piracy is a service issue. People typically don't mind paying for something if it's less likely to, give them a virus, and even if you're paying for it, it's more convenient and also it feels like it's worth paying for. If GW put everything in their app, even if they charged for it, I'd get their app. Probably, I'd more if it was better than New Recruit. If they charged for it and it was convenient and it was better, I would pay for it. Yeah. Tactical secondaries still exist. You don't have to discard them. You don't discard them now, and you can hold as many in your hand as you want. Wow. Confirmation. Lee confirmed. So you still have your tacticals. You don't have to discard them. And the big one that we didn't know this before. This seems to have been confirmed now. You can hold as many as you want in your hand. There's a whole thing of, can you have a big go turn at the end? Yes, you can. Big. Big. I like that. Yeah. Apparently, there are efficiencies, so games are faster. Press X to doubt. No way. Oh, yeah, everyone in chat's like X, capital X. Yeah, no way. Here's a potential bit of beef. Suggests it will be very difficult to use different layouts to GW's layouts. WTC should copy them. Ooh, now this I believe. GW loves, and I mean loves, control. It is a stain on GW's pride that the vast majority of people in their home country of the UK do not use their terrain layouts. That UKTC and WTC are like, nah, we're going to do it better and we're going to do it differently. They don't like that. They don't like that the biggest teams event in the world is basically outside of their jurisdiction. They fucking hate it. So why do you think there's been such a focus on this TO call around WTC? Because that's teams tournaments. Why do you think they're saying, WC, you've got to do what we say now? They're vassalizing them. They're goddamn vassalizing the UKTC and the WTC. Goddamn vassalizing them. It's potential big beefs. GW wants to control the tournament scene. They don't want the community to have any form of control. Everything must be... I'm just going to get it. I'm going to get it. Yes, I did have this ready. That's GW is IngSoc confirmed. That's it. That's it. Do you, Morden, did you just have that ready? Yeah. What about it? Games Workshop will prevail. There you are. All right. 15 total missions based on force pairings with 3 layouts for each. That's something we already knew. Objectives are the terrain footprints. You control them by being on them and are dependent on the mission. I mean, that'll be... What if both people are on the objective? I guess that's going to be... That's probably where objective control comes into it, right? Some of the footprints are basically like walls. Long and thin. That's going to be to represent, I reckon, tree lines and stuff. Yeah. Can't mix chapter keywords in detachments. Ooh. So you can't take Ultramarines and Blood Angels together. That's big. Let's read that again. You can't mix chapter keywords in detachments. So no Space Marine soup. That was hinted at in the GW article from today. There probably will be some exceptions to that, like the Chaos Knight detachment that lets you take cultists, and the AdMech detachment, and the Knight detachment that lets you take AdMech, and the 2 GSC detachments. So there's probably going to be a little wiggle room, but it's going to be very niche use cases and for not particularly strong detachments. Yeah. Simple logic. Wow, I wanted to run Sanguinius and Sanguinius the Lion and Gilliman in one army. Hey, running Perturabo and Angron and Mortarion and what's he fucking called? Magnus, all in one army. Demon, Primarch, Monster Mash. Primarch Monster Mash. Objective markers are being invalidated. Enjoy those mouse mats. Yeah, I mean, it's funny. The other day, Simon said to me I should have got a bunch of Mordy and Glory objective markers. And I was like, well, if for 11th edition, I'll probably get some. Not getting them now. Yeah. Oh, and Fulgrim. Yeah. So I always... There's so many of them these days. Yeah. But yeah, so all the circle objective markers are being invalidated. But to be fair, they will probably still be useful as like coasters and stuff around your house. So I don't think that's. I'm coping, boys. I'm coping. The poor Hammer crew had a stroke when they heard the circles were going away. Yeah, I think there's gonna be a lot of people that are gonna be annoyed about that. I've got loads of. See, here's the thing. People have been saying to me for a little while, like, "Oh, Mordian, you should get proper like UKTC terrain for your battle ports. Oh, Mordian, you should get like, custom objective markers and all this kind of stuff done." And it's like, why would I get something that I'm only going to use for like part of an edition before it goes away? You know what I mean? Like, actually, me holding on to my traditional terrain will probably end up being the winning move, because now I can put my trees and my walls and all that and all my little scatter terrain and everything on the different footprints. All my little traditional, my ruins, all that kind of stuff. There you are. Mordian Glory dice. I've been meaning to do dice for ages. I did do a limited run of them. I do need to do another one, I think. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So what do we think? I think there's a lot of little bits here. Like the WT, like I think the big beef in this set of leaks is GW looks like they're maneuvering to take control of the tournament scene in totality. They took control of ITC years ago, and now it looks like they're moving to me, it looks like they're making their final play to take control of the full tournament scene. And it looks like they're vassalizing the WTC, and it looks like they're basically muscling out, shutting out the UKTC, which is a fucking big move. Like, I think actually a big move. I think it might sound crazy, but of all the things that we have leaked or read about leaks tonight, of all the things, that to me is the biggest one, because that to me is Games Workshop take another example of GW taking control. You will only build your models our way. You will only use the bits in the box that we say you can use. You will only play the game the way we tell you to play it. You will not build the models the way you want to. You will not play on any terrain layouts other than ours. For me, that's the big one. That's the big bit of beef anyway. That's the big bit of beef. But to balance it out, I think the big bit of hype is that we're going to be getting the rules early. I was curious if they were going to do that like they did in 10th edition. I was curious about that. That's that's a good thing. You know what's going to happen, don't you? The rules are going to drop when I'm on holiday, because I'm on holiday at the beginning of May. GW is going to wait until May, until like the first 2 weeks of May, and that's when they'll drop the rules. I'm going to be there on the what's it called? I'm going to be there during the ceremony when I'm getting married, and it's going to be like, and do you, Mordian, because obviously that's the name I'm going to use, do you, Mordian, take Mrs. Mordian to be your lawfully wedded wife. And then it's going to be like, ding. Hang on. No fucking way. And she's gonna be like, "Ooh," like throw the flowers, "Ooh," like run out, and the priest's gonna be like, how dare you, sir? It is the house of God. Ah. And I'm gonna be like, I mean like the 11th edition leaks. WGW. Oh man. Yeah. I'll be there. Like, they'll do the release when I'm like in the air, either flying there or flying back. So I won't be able to even cover them. Yeah. There you are. GW is the priest. The priest is the GW spy. There you are. Overall, though, 3 leaks. 3 leaks in one stream. I told you the leaks were going to come thick and fast. Did I not say, chat, how many times do I need to be proven right? Did I not say, I know this is kind of an obvious one, but I'm still taking it. Did I not say the moment that 11th edition got announced, the leaks were going to come thick and fast? 11th edition was only announced last week. Literally. A week later, leak, bloody leaks. There you are. All right. Now, I have got to... Evan's going to kill me. Evan. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Right, I'm going to have to chop these ones up for Evan as well. He is gonna actually murder me though. Let's have a look. I'm just getting the timestamps for Evan so he can. So that's gonna be. 42 minutes ago would be 2 hours 50. Yeah. Right. Let me. I've sent the driver and he's not happy. Don't worry, he's going to be getting paid a lot of overtime for this. Let's have a look. So that's going to be 32. What have we got here? There you go. All right. Oh, my God. I hope it sounds crazy. For Evan's sake, I hope there's no more leaks now. Oh my God. Right. I can't handle it. I can't, like, guys, my head's getting hot. My head's getting too hot. Fool's Fate, I have another if you want. I'm ready. Lay it on me. Alex, we're gonna be doing stream highlights, like knocking them out really quickly. So don't worry, you'll be getting you'll get the information. Yes. Fool's Fate, yes! Give it me all! In and around my mouth! I feel my power growing with every moment that passes, waiting patiently with blue balls. The leaks dripping like water drops on my forehead. It will come soon. Martial law. Oh, man. We do have some more super chats to do, to be fair. Oh, and some of them are yours as well. Right, Fool's Fate. Give me the leaks. Put them in Discord or something. Let's go, man. Let's go. I'm ready. All right. I'm ready. Let me do some super chats whilst they're coming in. Martial Law, thank you for your super chat, for all your support, mate, and for your very blue balls. I just want to say the only thing I want now that we got tanks with tires is a squad of Ogrins trying to change a tire and totally blowing it. That's a cool diorama. That is a diorama waiting to happen. The Ogrin mechanic squad. There you go. The Ogre Mechanic Squad. There you are, bro. I love it. Also, Martial Law, thank you for the gift of membership, sir. Average White Shark, thank you for super chat. These rules are so people had to buy the new Custodes. What do you mean? Because of it being a melee edition. Bro, they fucked up the Custodes pre-order. Like, people tried to buy them and they didn't get them. Like, so it does. Like, I wished you were right, but they fucked it up, bro. Ickbad, thank you for renewing your channel membership, sir. Always great to have you back, Ickbad. Always a pleasure. The Warpford, thank you for the super chat. Okay, so detachment rules. Nightmare Haunt plus Dread Talons. I don't care if it's good or not. I want to know if it can be done. Get consistent, -3 to Battle Shock. Make Battle Shock again. I mean, just great. Yes! Night Lord meta incoming. Night Lord meta incoming. Can you imagine fucking stacking like guardsmen? What's your leadership? 10 plus. I am never benefiting from an order ever again. It turns out the only way to make Battle Shock good is just to make it so, like, basically everyone's pretty much auto-failing it. Bolt pistol running red hot. Yeah, triple commissar meta incoming. That would be amazing. I love that. I love that, Wartforge. By the way, dude, I haven't ignored your DMs. It's obviously been busy recently, but I can tell you now, I'm actually at an event every single weekend of April. So, and those are things I'd already signed up to. Don't worry, I haven't signed up to them after you said when you were free. So I'm going to check your dates. But some of them are just on like a Sunday, so I could still probably do like a Friday or a Saturday. So I'm going to check. Now I've got those. I've finally fucking got a calendar. I never use a calendar. I finally got a calendar. Got my dates in there. I'm going to go back and look at the dates you were free and see if we can line it up. So don't worry. I've not missed you in any way, shape, or form, man. I didn't want you to think that me not getting back to you was me like fobbing you off. Not even slightly. All right. So, dude, thank you for the support, and I look forward to having a game soon, man. I look forward to having a game of. I look forward to having a game of. I think we're gonna say like conflict or 4th edition something, right? Using the 3.5 codex, whatever, or both. But I'm also looking forward to Tantalus now, with Night Lords dropping in and making everyone -3 Battle Shock. Who cares if it's good? It's gonna be cool. Yeah. Martial Law, thank you for the super chat. You know that if terrain is meant to be balance the army, your army's terrain will nerf the army you choose. How else could it be consistent? The only way to make terrain balanced is that it makes shooting harder, but also makes melee worse, but also makes... So shooting should be... So terrain should be... If you are in terrain, you're -1... It's -1 to the aim's ballistic skill. If you charge someone who's in terrain, they have fights first, and you've got -1 weapon skill. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. That's how you can make it not just a melee army's wet dream. And maybe you make terrain have movement penalties as well. Like you can't run over terrain. Can't advance over terrain. Maybe. Unless you got fly. Yeah. Nico, thank you for the super chat. Example board mock-up in stream discussion. Current GW table size with 1-inch grid and a quick mock-up of 8 pieces of terrain mirrored on each side. Interesting. But I think this piece and this piece... I like the idea, but I think these 2 pieces are in the wrong place. I feel... Although those might be the ones that you hold. Maybe. But we were told there's going to be less line of sight. But it's an interesting concept. Yeah. It's an interesting concept. Yeah, very cool. For everyone saying how do tanks move around that, apparently all terrain will be movable, throughable by every unit. So there's no like got to go around the ruins now. You just go over them. Apparently, that's what I heard. I heard that 3 months ago. So, I don't know if that's going to be the case, but yeah. Iqbal, thank you for the super chat. GW took control of the ITC 3 years before they announced it as the first step in tournament control. COVID caused frontline gaming to go broke, and it led to here. You're absolutely right, Iqbal. You actually did call that. And what's funny is at the time I didn't... You know what, Iqbal? I owe you an apology. At the time, I didn't give that the seriousness that it deserved. And I didn't really appreciate what it would mean. But you had the foresight to call it out. It's funny, 3 years ago when, well, a few years ago when you told me about that, my channel was a lot less beefy. My channel was just, I was just a happy little guard guy making guard tactics videos, you know? If I learned about that now, I'd make a beef video out of it. But at the time, it wasn't really relevant to the content that I did, and not really relevant to the mindset that I was in as well. I was just, you know, ignorance is bliss at the end of the day. Yeah. There you are. There you are. How times have changed, Iqbal. How the beef flows freely now. Yeah. It's a different, but it was, but 8th edition was a very different time now. 8th edition was a very different time. GW was a different company. 40k was a very 40k in the community was very different. I think it's not just myself that has. I've not really changed all that much. I'm still a happy little guard guy who's looking forward to 11th edition, allowing me to make all my guard tactics videos again. But I think as a whole, it's because the hobby has just become a lot more beefy in general. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, things to think about, Iqbal. Yeah. Gandalf Smoke, thank you for the super chat. Check stream discussion. Beef sells, but who's buying? Mega beef. Mordian's mega beef. Beef sells, but who's buying? I love it, man. I love that. All right. Wise Old Worm, thank you for the super chat, man. A time for the 36 months. K47 hobby update in stream discussion. Nice. Nice. I love that. Very, very cool. I like to think that maybe it's like an Italian crew. Like a loyalist Italian crew or an allied Italian crew, which now fighting for the British, who are like, you know, brought some of their sort of Roman Catholic relics with them or something. Or maybe it's just a British crew, you know. But yeah, it's cool, man. Or maybe maybe they've been fighting Italy and that's some of the relics they've picked up along the way. Yeah. Cool, man. Really, really, really cool. And I like the scratch marks on the hull there. Nice. Beautiful stuff, man. Love a bit of K47. Love a bit of K47. My other thing was the Palatine of Durham. Nice. Okay. Yeah. Well, it's working well. You're doing a good job. Yeah. Rocket Man, thank you for the super chat. Did you get my Discord DM from yesterday? Oh, yeah, sorry. No, it's fine. I'll just ask Element for a list of all the people that have bought tickets, because your name is on your ticket. Your list, you should be on that list, and then you'll be fine. Yeah. So I think you'll be totally okay. Yeah. I think you'll be totally fine. I'll do that sooner rather than later, so you've got confirmation. But I would operate on the assumption that you are good to go, and even if you don't hear anything further, I assume you're good to go. All right. There you are, man. Sorry for not getting back to you. Okay. I may have... So, gentlemen, the hat's going back on. But we've got some information here. I've got some information here, but it looks more like confirmation. It looks more like confirmation of stuff we've already had. So we'll go over it. But it looks like it's just a bit more clarification than what we've had. So it's like a mini. It's less of a leak and it's more of a clarification. All right, but I'm desperate for a poo. All of this excitement has gone through me. So I'm gonna go for a quick toilet break. And when we're back, we're gonna go through it. I think there's some nice important information here. Yeah, so big thank you, Fool's Fate. We'll be going through it, don't worry. All right, let me just I'll be back in a moment. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Jeez. I feel quite a bit lighter after that. Fuck me. Thank you for your patience there, guys. When nature calls, you know. Let's have a look. Oh, my days. All right. What have we got here? What have we got? What you got a leak? You got a leak. Exactly. What have we got here? Oh yeah. So we have a fourth leak, but this is more of a confirmation. Okay, we've had a fourth. So this is the fourth person who has come forward with some information, which, you know, doesn't. It's not. It doesn't look like it's. It doesn't look like it's new information, but it's still incredibly valuable because it lines up with what we've seen already, and it adds more detail to the picture. So every single one of the things that's come out has added, even though it's kind of like there's been a little bit of extra, a little bit. It's been most of the same information, but it's been a little bit extra each time. This one is just like really. It's like we're getting more pixels. It's like more pixels every time. Okay. So we've got, so let's have a look here. So it says build an army based on disposition. Selecting missions and layouts are part of army building 2. Opponent chooses what mission you play and vice versa. Defender chooses layout. So the whole opponent picking your mission thing, that seems confirmed. I really don't know how I feel about that. I really don't know how I feel about that. I'll have to wait and see, lol, because you guys know how I take the piss out of that saying. But I'll have to wait and see, but I don't like the idea of I don't get to just pick the mission that I want to play. Like, why would my opponent pick what mission I'm doing? Like, my high command would give me my mission. And yeah, how good are sports and tourney players is the question. Exactly. What if, you know, it just sets a bad precedent from the beginning, like, I'm going to fuck you over by picking the wrong mission. Like, you've got 3 that you could do. That one's going to be the hardest for you, so I'm going to pick that one for you. Oh, thanks. Gee, thanks, mate. Well, I guess I'm going to fuck you over then. Yeah, so I really don't like that because it sets quite a negative. It sets quite a, like, it's quite a, it sets quite a that guy mentality from minute 1 of the game. And defender chooses layout doesn't mean anything because we know that with TOs, they're just going to pick the layouts. It's not just tournaments. It makes casual games less casual. Exactly. Really not sure how I feel about that. In fact, I am sure how I feel about it. I think it's shit. But I'm not completely condemning it because I want to see it in the context of the game. Because some things sound, when you, especially with a new edition or a new game system, some things sound fucky, and then you actually use them, and it totally works. It totally works. And a good example of this is, you know, with bolt action is my beloved dice bag. You know, you tell people about the dice bag and they're like, that's a shit system. And then when you actually, when you hear about it the first time, you think that's a bit of a, how's that going to work? That's a weird system. And then actually you get into it and you're like, oh no, this works. It's totally amazing. Yeah. Like the double turn. Maybe like the double turn. But the thing is, the double turn, I still don't agree on the double turn thing. And the reason is like, I think the reason why the dice bag gets a pass and the double turn doesn't, Elden Lean, is because the dice bag is a totally alien concept. So people go, ugh, ugh. Like if to a Warhammer player, it's like, ugh, what? But the double turn, I've got enough context as a Warhammer, as a 40k player to go, well, that's obviously fucked. So I don't think it's, I know what you mean, Elden Lean, and I know you love your Sigmars, don't worry, but I do think there's a difference in the two examples. So yeah, I don't like that. It makes casual games as casual. It sets the completely wrong tone at the beginning of the game. It encourages a fuck your opponent over mentality. Don't like it. But I don't completely condemn it because I want to see the rest of the context first. But my suspicion is that that's bad. Like that, my suspicion is that's very bad. Army building is more driven by unit choices than best attachment. So that does make sense. Because rather than going, this is the detachment, I'm now going to plug the units into this attachment to make it work. You go, these are the units I want to take, and I'm going to pick the right detachments to make those units work. But I can see it going both ways. If there's certain detachments that are like 3 points, and they just are obviously the best, then it's still going to lead to picking the best attachment. Yeah. So I still think there's going to be an element of picking the best attachment, but I think there's going to be a chance to move army building over to unit choices. Yeah. Unit choice first. New footprints will be available for sale and in PDFs on edition drop. Same with Tournament Companion. Awesome. All existing actual terrain should work. New layouts are significantly more dense than current GW layouts. Let's have a look, man. They're already quite dense. I mean, they're already quite dense. So this is 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do we count these blue bits as separate pieces of terrain? 12? 12 pieces of terrain. So no, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that is 10 bits of terrain on the board, right? Yeah. So you have to add 6 bits of terrain onto that. Where are we going to put it? We might have a little gap here. We might have a little gap over here. A little gap here. A little gap here. Where are we going to put the fuck? Where are we going to? So shoot arms you still get to see now. Seems to be that way, Trooper. But we don't know how much is line of sight block. Wait, again, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to beef you guys, but I'm not trying to unbeef you guys, but we don't know if it's all going to be line of sight blocking. We don't know if it's all going to be line of sight blocking. Like, this isn't line of sight blocking. I don't believe this is either, right? Maybe, yeah, I'm not sure. So it's not, it might not all be LOS blocking. Or maybe it is LOS blocking, but you can, oh no, it is line of sight blocking. It just, you can see over it. No, it's line of sight blocking, but you can move over it. So yeah, it's going to be really, so if they keep the whole, it blocks line of sight, but if they keep the whole, it's blocking line of sight thing. Fuck, man. It's going to be very dense. "16 footprints and layouts. Many will be the same, but there'll be new ones that are thin and long in comparison. That block line of sight." So all blocks line of sight. I'm sorry, I gotta, guys, I'm letting you off. I'm letting you off the lead. It all blocks line of sight. Can you see anything? We can't see shit. Many will be the same, but there will be new ones that are thin and long in comparison that block line of sight. "16 line of sight blocking pieces of terrain on a not even 6x4 board, with a rule that with terrain now being -1 to hit, with a rule that says everyone gets blown up if they're in terrain they've not shot." No, Trooper, here's the thing. Indirect doesn't help you, man. Indirect doesn't help you. Because if you're in terrain and you haven't shot and you're over 15 inches away, they can't shoot you. So you can't even use indirect unless indirect gets a rule which ignores that. Unless, of course, indirect could get a rule that ignores that. We don't know what indirect will do. We don't know what indirect will do. But indirect needs, but GW doesn't like indirect fire. They don't like it. Guys, what do you think Games Workshop's going to do? Buff indirect or nerf indirect? You know the answer. You know the answer. You don't even need to think. You don't even need to look within yourself. You know the answer. Trooper. Oh, man. Flails in chat. Oh, my God. Is this Heresy 3.0 all over again? Jesus, man. Terrain is make or break for any game. Terrain is make or break for any game. What is going on? At least my 120 Hormagaunt 30 30 Gene Stealer list is going to be pretty good. Oh, man. Oh, my God. There's no 15 new mission combos based on disposition matchups, so 45 total layouts. Only missions in the editions. So there's 15 missions on launch and 45 layouts. There's no generic layout per board. Missions are more tightly balanced against each other. No more setup for TO. I don't know what that means. Oh, TOs don't need to set the tables up. So TOs don't need to set the tables up. They just put the table on the terrain, and then the players pair into each other, and then the players set the boards up. Great. This is definitely like GW is taking control of the tournament scene, but they're doing it by trying to win TOs over by being like, hey, less work for you to do. Hey, imagine if you could transport the terrain for a 300-person tournament in a single large box, because it's all flat terrain now. It's all flat terrain. So you don't need to play. So super easy to store. Super easy to store. And you don't have to you don't have the same setup time and costs. This is minimum of weird missions like movable objectives. New missions are designed to be team event friendly. Do you know who loves team events? Competitive players. I think that someone at Games Workshop who is a competitive player who loves team tournaments has written this edition, and they've written it for themselves and for the events and for the games that they like to play, not for the wider community. No army, faction, or faction-specific missions. Every mission's been balanced against the options it can play against. Pfft. No way. Like, there's no way GW playtested it enough for that to be true. I don't feel so good, Mr. Mordian. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. We're going to conflict 47. I want to go. Remember, how do you know? GW said they were going to make it more narrative. So what have they done? Made all the missions balanced around tournament events. If GW says one thing, it means they're going to do another. Remember, this is the same game that you know and love. We're going to make the game more narrative. If they say one thing, remember, at the beginning of 10th edition, there'll be less rerolls, and then they showed off Oath of Moment as the first army ability. Was there less rerolls? Remember when they said, we all know you don't want to play power level, so don't worry, we're just sticking with points? They said the lethality would go down. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. So the games themselves are a bit faster to play, but setup takes longer. Because setup takes longer, so it takes about 2.5 hours to play a game, but the total time is designed to still be 3 hours. Guys. How do you think Games Workshop's going to make it quicker to play? Do you think they're going to... How are they going to achieve that if they're bringing all the codexes over from the way they are right now? Four turns. Four turns in. This is not being said right here, by the way. It's not. This is not coming into in the leaks. This is my hypothesis. This is my hypothesis. My conspiracy theory. We need to shave half an hour off the game. How to do that? Take a turn off. Think about it. Think about it. Everyone knows that everyone knows you just talk out the 5th turn anyway. Why do we even need it? Darth Vader. No. That's just it. Nobody's leaked the mission lance yet. By the way, I have no idea if it's going to 4 turns. Are we crystal clear on that? That's me beefing you up. That's me injecting beef into you. Okay. It very well may not happen. It may be there are other ways they've saved time in the game. You know, it may be. So, but it's good. It's fun to have a bit of beef about it. Yeah. Tactical secondary still exists, but you don't discard cards anymore. Yep, we've heard that before. We've heard that as part of this big glut of leaks we've had. Same terrain features should stay on the same footprints throughout different missions. That's just if you want to put stuff on your coasters on your flat terrain, you can do. But yeah. Not that there's... Okay. It's not that there's no distinction between narrative and match play. It's just more focused on both balance and story. It's meant to be more like Kill Team. I don't really play Kill Team, so I'm not sure. My understanding with Kill Team is that it's like super... It's gone quite competitive now. Isn't Kill Team 4 turns? I don't know. Is it? Can anyone confirm? Can chat confirm? Kill Team is 4 turns. No. I want out. I want out. No. No. I was only joking. Uncurl the monkey's paw. Uncurl it. No. Spearhead is 4 turns. There I want to get off Mr. Bones' wild ride. I, I'm not playing 4 turns. Like I'm playing 0 turns if it's 4 turns. Oh no. Please, please don't be 4 turns. Please, 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 please don't be 4 turns. This tinfoil is getting too hot for me, man. This might. Anyway, let's keep going. Probably still. So they're still planning on doing quarterly balance updates, but it's not set in stone. Maybe more frequent. It's already more frequent, yeah. Codec support will continue. We know that. Same board size. So we're going. So they're not going up to a 6x4 to accommodate the 16 pieces of terrain. They're staying on the same board size. Yeah. That's a shame. I was hoping we'd go back to 6x4. WTC and UKETC are basically discouraged by the mission design, which we heard before. So it looks like WTC and UKTC are going to have to do some serious soul searching, as it were. L-shaped ruins are not gone, but they're not the only shape of ruin now. There's more opportunity for varied narrative terrain. That makes sense because all the terrain is just flat outline. It's just flat footprint, and then you just put whatever terrain you want on top. Yeah, which is good in a way. Yeah. Ooh. Some terrain will interact with hidden more than others. Is that the -1 to hit thing? Or the can't be seen thing? I'm going to have a look. That's the lone up thing? Okay. Where's the your questions answered bit on Warhammer Community? Is what I'm trying to find, to be honest. Warhammer 40k. See all. Okay. Oh, you bitch. There we go. Oh, it doesn't say. That's the can't be seen thing. Yeah. So shooting's utterly fucked in this edition. Shooting's utterly fucked in this edition. Because seriously, think about it. You can't. They've said you can't do your shooting. They've tried to reduce. If you read the GW article, it's like, oh, we wanted to reduce the risk of alpha strikes, so we've made the whole thing where you can't be seen. So you can't see people over 15 inches. The boards are really dense, and charging armies now get to roll 2 dice, see what the distance is, and then pick their targets. So combat is just going to stroll across the fucking board. No dramas. And just fucking fill you in. This is absolutely the melee edition. Yeah, this is absolutely the melee edition. Yeah. It's crazy, man. And tournament players love melee. They always have done. Every competitive player I've known has loved melee. I don't know, man. I'm feeling I'm not sure about this 11th edition. I'm not sure about this. Oh, and don't forget you've got the Rhino rushes back as well. Redo the poll, MG? Do you want me to redo the poll? Do you want me to are we gonna have a recount? Alright, I'm redoing the poll. Alright, so it was already more beef than hype. Okay. How do we all feel about 11th edition now? P4 hype. Oh, man. Oh, I still think there'll be a lot of people that are pretty hyped for it. You guys can have your recount though. You can have your recount because I am a man of the people. I'm the people's glory. There you are. All right, let's see. Whatever happens, it's going to be an interesting time. It's going to be an interesting few months. Woo-hoo, baby. Oh. My God. My God. There you go. All right. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Fucking hell. Is that worthy of a fourth stream highlight, or do we give Evan a chance? I think we might. I think that was more just confirmation. I don't think we need it. I don't think we need another one there. I think that was mostly just me beefing myself with over 4 turns, right? Yeah. I think that was mostly us beefing over me psyoping myself into believing there was 4 turns. Yeah, I think we'll give him a. I think 3's enough. I don't think there was anything. There was some newish stuff there. But we'll see. I think it's probably all right. Yeah. All right. We've got some super chats here. Let's see what the people think about all this. Macon, thank you for the super chat. I bought into the old world Bretonian starter while Amazon has it. Turns out that 11th edition potentially being an absolute shit show is a great thing for Games Workshop because they just start selling loads of old world kits. Oh, man. There you go. Oh, my God. To be fair, Old World and Bretonians. Bretonians are really cool in Old World. I think it's a good pick, especially if you've not got the rule book or anything yet. It's a good pick. Yeah. Azalea's Experiment, thank you for the super chat. Denser terrain. Okay, all my hype for 11th is gone. Azalea's, I have had 4 separate sources. Now, all of them are trust me, bro, but they're 4 different people with 4 different... they're all secondary sources, but they've all got their own different primary source, right? And so there's a lot of... It's still take it with a pinch of salt, but it looks like there's a lot of... it might be a lot of truth here, but you never know. That have said there's going to be 16 pieces of terrain on every board. It's not 8, because when we first saw 16 footprints, we thought that meant... When we first saw it, we thought that meant that there were like 16 different bits to choose from. But no, there's 16 bits of terrain on each board. Yeah. Crazy. Trooper, thank you for super chat. So we expect to run the same amount of models on the dense terrain? Yeah. Unless that, well, we don't know. Because there could be a big points update at the beginning of 11th that could change the points that we have less models. I doubt it, though. GW doesn't want you to have less models. They want you to have more models. Yeah. I would assume I would assume it's going to be the same until the new... Well, actually, I think there's going to be a big points update on day 1. Yeah. To be fair, that's what I would assume. Ishmael Thompson, thanks for the chat. So should I wait before I get to Crash and Burn to get models commissioned on the cheap? Or even after to buy new models on the cheap? It's going to burn. You think it's going to go? See, the thing is, Macon thinks it's going to go. That's crazy that people think 11th edition is going to fail. Go as in it'll go badly, like it'll go, it'll go. Ishmael Thompson, I still think with the launch of the edition, it'll go up. Because the beginning of any edition, a lot of new blood comes into the game anyway. So I think if you want to get stuff commissioned, it's probably get it done now rather than later. Yeah. Talzon, MG Community 4th Edition TTS League when? I've never run a TTS League. If someone wanted to be a community leader and run it, and I could just basically give it lots of shout-outs, I'd go for that. I could give it my endorsement, as it were. Yeah. But I don't have time to run it myself, unfortunately. But yeah, I think for Stonks in 4th Edition, maybe going up. Yeah. Chicken Detonator, thank you for the super chat. Hobby update in stream discussion, sir. Oh god, thank God. Let's have a fucking nice bit of hobby. A little hobby palette cleanser. 07 lads, this week's progress has been slow, but I've managed to finish the latest detachment of Russell W's Rangers for the Cloister. Also, the beginning of a new unit made up of veteran sellswords in full plate with shields and thrusting spears. Nice. Cool. Very, very cool, man. Hey, that's really like it's funny because you don't really think about doing veterans in full plate and thrusting spheres, but actually, it's actually a really interesting way of doing them. Yeah, because everyone just thinks halberds and full plate, but no, like that's actually that's a really dense hedge of tough infantry with a lot of attacks. Yeah, models look great, man, and of course, Deus Gluck, Deus Gluck. There you are. Trooper number 202, thank you for the super chat. As protest, we should all go out and get a custodian's army and just play only that until people can't look at them without puking their guts out. I mean, I'll be real with you, Trooper. I think people are already there. You know when, like, you play a video game and you get to an area and you've accidentally, like, completed the quest already? Yeah, I think that's basically what's happened. Azalea's experiment. Fuck the people. Denser terrain. More frequent updates. Here's my lobbying for the beef vote. I want several cows. You know who I am? After all this beef, well, all this digital beef, I am almost feeling I got to get a bit of real beef into my system. Is it time for a legendary MG Macca's run? Is it time? A celebratory or commiseratory Macca's run? Maybe. Not done it in a while. Maybe we need to get some beef for the beef. There you are. Maybe it's time for the Muck Gangbang. Fantastic burger. Yeah. But yeah, isn't it funny? Here's the thing, right? Surely Games Workshop knows people think the terrain is too dense. Right? Surely they can hear the cries of people online being like, it's too dense, less terrain. I don't know how they can do it. I don't know how they can do it, man. Potato is me. Cover should give a bonus toughness instead of -1 to hit. Do you know what's funny? Oh my god, it's actually oh my god. It's just come to me. Dude, you've triggered a thought in my head. Games Workshop is copying Warlord games. I'm not even joking. Like they're copying Warlord games, but changing the homework a bit. And I can prove it. In the previous edition of Bolt Action, being in cover gave you a -1 to hit modifier. In Bolt Action in general, you have things like dense terrain, where the Horus Heresy terrain rules are basically the Bolt Action terrain rules, but badly copied. That's what it is, man. And Look at the new vehicles they've given to the Guard. All World War II stuff. So they've copied they've copied half the terrain rules for Heresy, the other half for 40k, and they've basically started releasing World War II minis. Tell me you're copying Warlord games without telling me you're copying Warlord games. They put popular war game into ChatGPT. Oh my god. There you are. But Mountain, thank you for the super chat. Well, I thought it was funny in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Things small mini companies can learn from Games Workshop. Always treat your customers like shit. Never do anything nice to them because that's showing weakness. If you show weakness to the customer, they won't respect you. Never ask the customer what new minis they want. You tell them what minis they're going to get. As soon as the customer gets comfortable with the rules of your game, change them. Comfortable customers equals bored customers equals stagnant sales. They don't like the law. Tell them the law doesn't fucking matter and bitch slap them with a new Primark model. Oh. I think it's pretty funny. I'm gonna there you go. Here you go, man. You might not have got any likes or laughs on the video, but you know what? You can get it in the MG Discord. There you are, mate. I thought it was quite good actually. 308 TR Shooter. Thank you so much for the super chat. There's no message attached to the super chat. But thank you for the support. If there was meant to be a message attached, please let me know. But thank you for the support, mate. Appreciate it. We've got Nerdlord. Thank you for the super chat. Do you think Warhammer will get better soon? Right. There is absolutely, and I will say this again and again and again. There is absolutely a chance that 11th edition is going to be great. Seriously. A lot of what we are seeing is out of context. It is entirely possible that what we are seeing now that might look kind of bad actually totally fucking works. Okay? So we don't, as much as we love to beef and we love the drama, there's absolutely a chance that 11th edition doesn't end up being better or worse than any other edition of 40k. It just is a different edition. And I firmly believe that. And I will say this though. I am seeing a lot of reasons to be concerned. I'm seeing a lot of reasons to be concerned. So do I think Warhammer will get better soon? It very well may get better in a few months. It very well may not do. Yeah. But I'm not writing it off yet. I'm not. I'm just getting a big fucking bulk order of popcorn ready. Talzon, thank you for the super chat. MG only wants 3 turns, confirmed in stream discussion. Oh no, what did I say? Let's have a look. That 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 feels like it's been. That feels out of context. Oh, no sound. Sorry. Me psyoping myself into believing there was 4 turns. Yeah, I think we'll give him a. I think 3's enough. I was beefing over me psyoping myself into believing there was 4 turns. Yeah, I think we'll give him a. I think 3's enough. I was beefing over 3. What 3 was I talking about? 3 stream highlights. 3 stream highlights was enough. That's what I was referring to. Oh, yeah. There you go. 3 turns confirmed. Sir Newbie, thank you so much for super chat. 12th edition, Warhammer 40k, The Lost Galaxy. The last. It's going to be called. No. 12th edition is going to be called The Age of the Emperor, and he's going to step off the Golden Throne. And he's going to reveal the lost 2 Primarchs, and they're going to be both female, and there's going to be female Space Marines. That's going to be 12th edition. There you go. Send me to the black ships. Said it while I typed it. All right. Ishmael Thompson, thank you for the super chat. It will go up in the first quarter, then crash and burn if GW doesn't correct fast enough. It's good for conflict to capitalize on the potential exposure. Who knows? Dude, we don't... Who knows? Guys, I've known GW my entire life. If they actually do go fully out of it. The other day I heard someone say that they thought that Games Workshop had about 10 years in them, but they're going to fail. They just don't realize it yet. They've got 10 years left in them. And I'm thinking to myself right now, that might have been a very generous estimation. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Potato, thank you super chat. I got no beef or hype. Just been out from 10th. I'm tired, Hefe. I'm tired too. I'm still gonna look. Here's the thing. I'm gonna play a bit of 11th edition. I'm gonna play a bit of 11th. You know, I think even if it's just the novelty of it being a bit different is going to be fun at the beginning. I'm still going to play it. I still think it's going to be, at the very least, I think it's going to be fun at the beginning. Just going to be different. Play as much as Heresy 3.0? No, that's true. That's very true. Look, man, I'm just saying things to myself enough to hope that I'm just trying to will it into existence, all right? Just trying. I'm just trying. I'm just trying to will it. I'm just, you know, you're saying things to yourself to hype yourself up. That's what I'm trying to do. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. 11th will be fine. Just use Creek Heavy Weapon Teams. Hobby update in stream discussion. Oh, this is your mad cosmic creation. I added the hoses to my mad creation, the Bohemian barking spider, and some arty. I don't know what for. Nice. It is mental, that thing, Cosmic. I would say you could use the artillery in 11th edition, but it's looking less and less likely. You could probably still use it as a heavy howitzer in conflict, though. Yeah. There you are. There you are. Looking good, Cosmic. Getting a bit of the old... Nothing wrong with getting a bit of artillery painted up. Catastrophe, thank you for the super chat. Second hobby cleanser. Check my termy. Less Doom. Less Doom! Hype, 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 hype. Hey, this guy's pretty cool. Hey, he looks great, man. I love Deathwatch. That's a very clean color scheme. And that's a good thing. That's very, very nicely done. Yeah. I really like the shoulder pads. Both of them. But yet that yellow is exceptionally good. Very, very good stuff, mate. Very, very good stuff indeed. That's really, really cool.
When it comes to crime, there's only one man
All right.
keeping the streets safe.
Raven Mercenaries, thank you for super chat. In my opinion, I really think this place could be a bit of an echo chamber when it comes to 11th Beat. In my area, it's been nothing but growth and overall happiness for 11th edition. You see, Raven Mercenaries, I just don't believe you. As much as you don't believe me, I don't believe you. Because you're the Games Workshop ball washer and I'm the beefmonger. Neither one of us can be believed. Neither one of us can. Games Workshop could see their stock price crash into the ground, become worth like the same amount as fucking Ubisoft per stock price. And you'd still be there saying somehow it was a good thing. And you'd still be saying, oh, my area is looking great. And yeah, and also, but then at the same time, if GW's stock's going up and up and up, I'm going to be there saying, like, oh no, this is just the fucking peak before the crash. Neither one of us can be believed. Neither one of us. There you are. Raven Mercenaries, I mean, on a serious note, I'm happy that you're having growth in your area. Thing is, I mean this with the greatest respect, I'm always very skeptical of that. And I'll tell you why I'm very skeptical of it. Because I've heard exactly the same shit for years about Age of Sigmar. And it's like, well, if it was true, then they wouldn't be doing a fucking hard reset of Sigmar, would they? Do you know what I mean? So, and at the same time, I'm only reporting on the leaks today. I'm not even giving hypotheses or revelations or anything like that. I'm not doing any of the crazy, like, send me to the black ship stuff. I'm literally just being like, these are the leaks. This is the information. If anything, and I think chat will actually back me up on this one. If anything, I've actually tried to be pretty peppy about most of the stuff that's coming out. I've been like, no, it sounds bad, but we haven't got the full context. I'm actually the one holding back the beef. But also, the reaction you're seeing isn't me. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. So, yeah. I still think that 11th edition, we haven't got the full story yet. You were peppy until 4 turns. Exactly. I am peppy, apart from I psyoped myself into thinking there's 4 turns, but there probably isn't. Like, I just don't believe there's going to be 4 turns. I just don't believe it. So no, putting putting the own goal of the 4 turn thing to one side, I'm still generally very, very curious, and I have both positive and negative feelings towards 11th. And I've been very here's the thing. I've been very consistent with that position for a long time. Yeah. Yeah. Now, Raven Mercenaries, now I know you're lying. Now I know you're lying. No one fucking plays Malifaux, man. I mean, come on. Come on. You might as well say fucking, like, Dystopian Wars is making a big comeback. To be fair, it is actually making a big comeback. I'm taking the piss a little bit. No, I know a few people that play Malifaux. I know a few people that play Malifaux, but to me, Raven Mercenaries, what it sounds like is that it's not. Here's the thing, man. It doesn't. To me, it sounds like your general gaming scene is growing, and I think, and you may accuse me of splitting hairs here, but I think there is a distinction between general growth and specific general growth of tabletop wargaming and specific growth of a particular game. So I can absolutely believe you, and I will absolutely believe you. I'll take it at face value that gaming in general in your area is on the rise. Yes. Yeah, I can believe that. But I don't necessarily know if 11th edition is going to... We don't know what... Dude, neither one of us knows if 11th edition is going to be good or bad. Like, let's be honest. Neither one of us knows. We both hope it's going to be good. The difference between us is that if it is bad, you'll still wash the balls. And if it's bad, I'll be fucking... fucking boxing them balls. There you go. Newer and more people coming into it. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good. It's always good to hear growth's happening. Yeah. Chicken Detonator, thank you for super chat. New close song in stream discussion, sir. I'll probably have a look here. I'll listen to it when we've caught up on some super chats. I might have to listen to it tomorrow, just because it's not really the vibe of today's stream, and I don't want the stream to potentially get flagged for anything, even if it's AI music, because I want the stream to stay up. YouTube's coming down hard on AI stuff these days, so I will play it, but I want the stream to stay relatively intact. Yeah, if that's all right, man. But I'll definitely give it a listen in my own time, and probably give it a listen in tomorrow's stream. Well, if I don't just do it tonight, I will give it a listen in tomorrow's stream. Yeah. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. Tim, your thoughts? 10.5 or this? Which one do you pick? I mean, bro, this basically is 10.5, right? Honestly, I'm so bored of 10th edition that I'm so bored of 10th edition, I'd rather play 6 months of wacky 11th than any more time in 10th. That's my take. I'm so bored of 10th, I'd rather play 6 months of ultra wacky 11th. Even if it then goes fucking crazy bonkers and fucks up. Yeah. Lower Decks, thank you for the super chat. So everyone has limits. I may have found mine at this dinner party. If I do not return, delete my browser history. I will not delete it. I will post it all across the Dynasty bulletin board. So I took advice to try and conscript the heir of the Bourbon Dynasty as chef in order to impress his guests. In a vaulted high, several long tables were set up. Nobles and notables had all arrived to dine here on the Gilded Goombag. I could see several business consortiums. As this deals with this, I have noted that identities of future commercial revenge. As the entrees were being cleared away, we presented the beef stroganoff to the table. Gary, with the chef's hat perched on his empty head, was at the high table. With a silver ladle in hand, he drunkenly began to make outrageous claims. He said the Bourbons were the most powerful dynasty in the sector. I grit my teeth. He claimed that the Von Scherz dynasty were rancid pond scum with the business sense of a grox. I bit my tongue. He claimed that Admiral Bricks was the acting range of a block of wood and fell off the ugly heavy branch on the way down. So I took the lead from his hand and rammed it into his nether region in outrage. My cover is possibly blown. Just say that the ladle needed the essence of scrot from a noble before it can be used to dole the food out. That should cover it. There you are. Say it's a great honor. It's part of the tradition. It's part of the ceremony. There you are. Average Right Shark, thank you for super chat. Copium. New Battleshock is like 40k reforged rule. Battleshock isn't changing, I don't think. I don't think Battleshock's changing. It might do. But the way they sort of, it was only an offhand comment in the stream. They were like, oh, then if you do the Rhino Rush thing, you get out and you're battle shocked. And then you've got to think Tyranids have got the same Tyranid army rule is based around battle shock right now. And that their codex continues from one edition to the next. So I don't think battle shock's going to change. The Boss Grand, thank you for the super chat. Happy Thursday morning. I liked how in your video today you were able to come up with better lore for Yarrick than Games Workshop. I show off my full brick of OG Graveguard stream discussion and the last minute shout out for my game. Let's have a look, man. Aha. Here we go. I want to show off my now completed full 7x4 brick of Graveguard. I've shown the BSP, but now he has a home. The filler is Kurdos from Nighthaunt. In my head, he is the leader of my army. Looks so cool, surrounded by the Graveguard. I also wanted to do one last shout out for the playtest event of my game Fame or Folly. The event starts tomorrow morning. If anyone listening enjoyed Baltro or other deck building games, come try out. DM me or go to the site and either sign up on email or join Discord to get access. Nice. I mean, those are pretty OG Graveguard, but they're not the OG Graveguard. But I won't split hairs because the OG ones are like, you know, metal and like 30 years old. And these ones still look very, very good. Yeah. You know me, I the older the skeletons, the better for me, you know. So don't think I'm shitting on you. I'm not even slightly. It's a beautiful looking army. And I think you're right with the unit filler. I think it looks really good. Yeah. That looks really cool. Nice, man. Nice. And I hope you get a few people for your play test as well. Yeah. I hope you do. Boss Grand, thank you for your support, man, and good luck with the game. Aldeus, thank you for the super chat. If 11th is balked on arrival, player addition to fix it. Players need to take back ownership of the game. We gave GW too much rope. Let's string him up. Fucking hell. I know you're just using a turn of phrase. Don't worry. Honestly, if 11th edition is bought, if 11th edition is bought, I just see other people just going over to other games. I see one of two things happening. I see the community just coalescing around an old. I see one of two things happening. The community coalescing around a older edition of 40k, which then some leading voice in the community starts basically FAQing and doing points updates for. The other way I see things going is people just move on to a different game. And I see it much more likely it being the latter. Like, if 11th edition is bought, I could see loads of people just going over to StarCraft. Or Conflict 47. Or Old World. Yeah. Yeah, I think there'll be a lot of people that... or maybe all three. Yeah. I can see a lot of people being interested in StarCraft. And I can see a lot of people being interested in Conflict 47. StarCraft has got that advantage of that it'll feel like more familiar to a lot of Warhammer players because it's like proper sci-fi. The only thing that and it's built to be a more competitive game. The only issue with the StarCraft game is Archon Studios does have a bit of a reputation for not supporting their games as much as they should. And if they don't do as well as they want them to, they kind of just drop them, which isn't great. But to be fair, you can't really blame a small studio like that for doing that. They can't keep drains on resources. So, yeah. The other option I could see people doing is going over to Warhammer the Old World because it has a very, very good reputation. It does. But the problem with Warhammer the Old World is that it can be very, it's like bolt action. It can be very abused. And some people just don't want to play rank and flank. It's not sci-fi. Some people they're just not interested in fantasy. Like they're just not interested in it. And then Conflict 47, the advantage that it has is that it's got a company like Warlord Games behind it, who, you know, have got a pretty good track record with supporting the games they've got. There's been some games they've dropped, like Judge Dredd and stuff, but they've got a pretty good track record. And I think Conflict 47, I think there's a lot of exciting stuff coming down the pipeline. So there's a lot of stuff for people to look forward to. But you've also got, you know, there will be an element of people with Conflict who will go, oh, it's sort of World War II related, and it's not really for them. Yeah. So I think there's going to be I think it could be, there might be one. I don't know if it'll be one specific game that will pick it up or if there'll be multiple games that fill the void. Yeah. But I do think that it's more likely that people will just go to a new game or several. Yeah. Weirdly, I don't know if people would go to one-page rules. Do you know, it sounds crazy, but what I can imagine if Element goes tits up, a bunch of people move over to other games. I can see a lot of people. I can see one-page rules being, you know, having the same weird problem that Skype had during COVID. So it's kind of crazy that obviously COVID is a bit of a sensitive topic, but we're not going to be talking about the bad shit itself. But when COVID happened, Zoom and Microsoft Teams took off like mad. And it was crazy because there was already a much more established service that existed, which was Skype. And you would have thought that everyone would just go over to Skype. But they didn't. They went over to these newer things instead. So it's strange. I just don't know if people would go over to one-page rules. They might do. They very, very well may do. I'm just not sure about it. Potato is me. Thank you for the super chat. My issue with the games like Bot Action K47 is the setting isn't interesting for me. I want to be a dude fighting monsters and aliens, not other dudes. Potato is me. I think that's partially, and I don't mean this in a horrible way. I mean it in quite a sort of literal way. I think that's partially just ignorance, and I mean like there's a lack of knowledge there. Bot Action is dudes fighting dudes, 100%. Conflict 47 is all about monsters and crazy shit and all that kind of stuff. Like you look at things like the Schreckwolfen and the Ursus and the robots and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, in fact, Conflict 47, there's like, it's actually, I'm going against the meta of Conflict 47 because I'm actually running lots of basic infantry and being very much like the Imperial Guard, but in the setting. So I think you're right on the action front. I think the K47 front, it's all about the monsters and the mechs and the mutants and the heroes and all that kind of mad shit. Yeah. So, but that's the thing, Potato. I do think that you make a good point, which is that, you know, Conflict 47 is going to for some people, it's going to have that sort of assumption, oh, it's just like World War II carrying on, when actually it's very different to that. Yeah. So I think you make a good point, but I think it's interestingly, the point you're making is kind of the point I was making in a funny sort of way. Yeah. Yeah, K47 is pretty chaos pilled. Yeah, I think you're right with that. Now we just need to convince Warlord to have rift demons and aliens and shit, and we'll be there. Yeah. I also want stuff from Beyond the Stars, not human science gone mad. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. I mean, but we don't know where what the rifts are. The rifts are rips in space and time. Woo! I mean, FDR went into a rift and came back as a divine being. So something's in there. We don't know what, but something's in there. Yeah. All right. He said he spoke to God. Solarius, thank you for the super chat. More Bretonians and an old world booklet in stream discussion. There we are. Some magic support for the Bretonians, plus just got a Green Knight with the old miniature range booklet in it. Let's have a look, man. So those are the newer models, aren't they? They're cool, man. Oh, wow. That's so good. Look at those. I mean, those Chaos Warriors have gone away, and those state troops have gone away. Sadly, they were actually the best state troops by far. But see, they've all got shoes. But those Orc boys are still legit, and those High Elves are still legit. And those Tomb Kings are still legit. I'm gonna say I think those dwarves are better than the new dwarves. God.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only
I was so
one
lucky to get to play with proper old world shit. Wow. So good, man. Look at those little, can you guys see that? Look at those little tester paint pots you got with the Warhammer Fantasy stuff. Look at those little buggers. So cool, man. Those paint pots weren't very good, though. Those ones dried out a lot as well. Yeah. Yeah. That's amazing. I love that. I love that. Solarius. Trip down memory lane, sir. Love that shit. Yeah. Love that. Willie526. I'm scared. First time 10th player. 11th seems crazy. You better start believing you're an edition change, Willie. You better start believing edition changes, Willie. You're in one. Right, Willie. Have you ever seen Mr. Bean Goes to Hollywood? You know this. You know the old Mr. Bean film when he goes to the American Art Gallery, right? Whistler's mother, and they go on one of his days off. He goes to the fun fair, and he goes on the roller coaster simulator, and he turns. You know, he finds it really tame, so he messes with the settings to turn it up. Well, in this scenario, I'm Mr. Bean, and you're the other guy that he's the guy he's staying with, the other guy that he's at the theme park with. Brace yourself. That's the experience you're going to have going through an edition change. it's always the same. It's a mad, crazy, heady time. Who knows? Who knows how it's going to land? Will it be good? Will it be bad? We don't know. All we know, all we can do is hold on and enjoy the ride. But I tell you one thing, it's going to be a lot different. It always is. 10th was wildly different to 9th. 9th was wildly different to 8th. 8th was wildly different to, I would say, to 7th. 7th wasn't wildly different to 6th, but 7th is only a 2-year edition and 6th only a 2-year edition, so they're basically one edition. But 6th or 7th was wildly different to 5th. 5th was wildly different to 4th. 4th was wildly different. Well, 4th and 3rd was the only time when things were pretty continuous. Yeah. It's always they reinvent the game every 3 years. And you just have to learn to, roll, don't try and swim against the waves. You have to just sort of, if you try and swim against them, you'll be sucked underneath into a riptide of beef. You need to just roll. You need to, float with the waves. There you are. That's my advice to you, man. All right. And hey, the good thing, Willie, is that if it goes horribly, horribly wrong, you and all the other, all of us as wargamers are in a much more secure position than we were back in the day. When 40k shit the bed in previous editions, there was nowhere else to go. Now there's loads of different games you can enjoy, and wargaming as a whole is more popular than it ever has been. So, yeah. There you are. There you go. All right. Just looking at some bits here. That doesn't seem right. Oh, it might be actually. Yeah. There you are. Ugh. All right. Fucking hell. We didn't even get to the Warhammer community article on how to build a new army now. Almost seems redundant. With all the beef, with all the leaks we've got, it almost seems redundant. Yeah. Oh my god. I'm tired as fuck. My god. All this excitement, it's completely burned me out. I didn't even get to the official article before the leaks. I mean, looking at it now, I mean, there's some sort of there is some useful information here, to be fair. Yeah. There's some really cool information here. There's some information here that wasn't in what we've, most of what was in there wasn't even, what we talked about in our leaks. Yeah. But there you go. I feel like a puppet with its strings cut. I've just completely all the excitement, and suddenly we sort of come to the end of it, and I'm just like, yeah. Tales on how to build an 11th army. Log into your Warlord Games account. Oh man. I guess a lot of the leaks will get confirmed in tomorrow's article with missions, won't it? Because tomorrow's Warhammer community article is all about the missions. So we'll find out then, I suppose. All right. What do we want to do? Do we want to look at the Warhammer community article anyway? There is some sort of interesting stuff in here, I suppose. Or do you think it's... I'll have more fun building, listening, and playing. Yeah, there are neat things about enhancements. Yeah, I think you're right, Fool's Fate. Oh, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll have a quick snack. We'll have a quick snack, then we'll dive into the Warhammer community article, and then we'll yeah, we'll call it there. All right. Oh, I need a quick I need a bit of sugar to replenish the energy stocks. There you go. All right. Back in a moment. Talk amongst yourselves.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
I've had one snack, but I'm having a second one. I ate all the peanuts. Depression eating. I was just feeling myself crashing. I was like, I found myself getting actually sleepy, so I was like, I need to get my blood sugar or whatever it is, like just my energy back up. Favorite crisp flavor? Prawn cocktail. These aren't prawn cocktail. These are boring. These are just salt. An appropriate flavor for tonight. I have some fig rolls, which are a newly discovered treat for me. Mmm. Very tasty. Cosmic Drew, poll time. Varak's bald head or Tim's fleshy worm? I'm not polling that. No, I'm not doing that one. You could conduct your own poll on that one. Prawn cocktail. It's just like a intense salt and vinegar flavor, but a bit different. I feel better now. I mean, Evan, technically I've got one more. I'm not even kidding. If you want one more, you can have one more, but the guys told me that 3 was enough. Chat said I need to give you a chance. Big shout out to Evan, by the way. Absolutely. He's an absolute shitstorm trooper. Fucking banging those stream highlights out live whilst we're doing it. So, yeah. Absolutely on the ball. He's a good lad, our Evan. Yeah, he's a good lad. Trooper number 2102. So there's a new mechanic in 11th called Hidden. If you are in a terrain piece over 15 inches away and you have not shot, you can't be... You basically have blown up. One minute. We may have we got a fifth leak? I don't know. I feel like we have a fourth. I feel like we have a fifth leak. I don't know if I can do it. I feel like I need a refractory period. I've leaked too much. Do I want the scoop or not? Well, it's more correction. It's more like the fourth leak. It's like corrections more than anything else. I'm reading through it now. Let me check. The main thing from this is it's mostly corrections. Kill him, Anakin. The main thing that I've got from this leak is it's confirmed everything blocks line of sight for terrain. And there's going to be 16 pieces of terrain on the board. Right. What I'm going to do is maybe do we want to... We are so cooked. So K47. Maybe we combine the... Maybe we combine the last... Maybe we make the 4th and the 5th combined. What do you guys think? We're so cooked, we'll fall off the beef bone tender. So this is what I've got. This is what I've got. All right. I'll put the hat... Fuck it. I'm putting the hat on. I'm putting the hat on. Once more. Once more into the beefy breach we go. That sounds wrong. We've had some additional clarifications and corrections come in. It's all happening live. Once again, take all of this with a big pinch of salt. But it does seem to, in many ways, line up and just clarify what else we've had tonight. So, technically, this is the 5th leak, but I really think it's more like the second clarification of the leaks in general. So, the first bit is it says you can have more than one detachment and units are not bucketed in. They share the detachment from one faction. Enhancements can be shared between. Which is what we suspected. Like, you have one army and the detachment rules layer over the entire army. Detachment rules that affect units can affect units of each detachment, i.e., battle line in one detachment affects battle line in the other detachment. So, let's say a good example of this would be with, let's say if recon was. If you could take recon and combined arms, your infantry would get lethal hits against non-vehicles, and they'd also get the benefit of cover because you can layer the detachment rules. So here's kind of an interesting one, and this does seem to. So this seems to contradict what we've heard before. So I don't know if this is going to be legit or not. So in previous leaks, it said that actions and secondary missions were going to be generic, and then now we've got someone here saying that actions and secondary missions are going to be faction specific based on the primary missions. There was an example of Khorne Berserkers will not be cleansing anymore unless you want them to. So I wonder if that means if it's not forced. That to me sounds like the secondaries might be. They're not faction specific, but they're like. They're like forced disposition specific. So if you don't want to do secondary which involve you cleansing objectives, you would pick a different forced disposition than, let's say, like taking hold or something, or recon. Yeah. Forced dispositions, army, missions, primary / secondary are consolidated into basically one thing, which is chosen beforehand. You choose your missions for the tournament and for casual play. You put that on your. I think they've already said that you put that on your list, don't you? Your opponent chooses the parameters based on what their force disposition is, and they are asymmetrical. Example: Purge the Foe has a different disposition against Taken Hold versus a different one when they face recon, which makes sense. Like if you've got purge and you play into recon, it's going to mean you. So to me, what it sounds like is if you've got purge and someone else has got recon, then your primary mission and your secondary missions could be different than if you've got purge versus like take and hold, and then your primary and secondary mission might be different there. But it seems interesting. Like there's a bit of conflicting information going on. I said there's clarifications. Maybe it's more muddying the waters, but it seems there's a bit of conflicting information on how the secondary is going to work. The majority of sources have said they're going to be the same, but it seems like maybe there's a chance that there's going to be some. It's going to get tied into your forces position. Terrain layouts will also change based on dispositions. Deployments will change based on dispositions. So it's all Fool's Fate. That was the bit I was told was incorrect, by the way. Which bit? The faction specific bit was incorrect, or the generic bit was incorrect? Just say faction incorrect or generic incorrect, because that might. The faction specific bit. Okay. So it is going to be. So Fool's Fate, just to clarify, it looks like it is going to be generic secondaries. That's the question. That's what I was saying. Okay. Okay. So it's actually not going. Okay. It's actually not going against. It's not muddying the waters. It is clarifying stuff. Okay. So the big thing I'm getting from this is that 11th edition is all about force disposition. I've said that word too much now. It doesn't sound like when you say something so many times, it doesn't sound like a real word. It's all about the FD. Hopefully that isn't an acronym for something inappropriate. Your FD is going to determine your primaries. It's going to determine what boards you play on. It's going to determine terrain layouts, deployment zones, primary missions. Force disposition is the biggie. It's every edition has a USP, a defining thing about it. And this is the defining thing of 11th edition, it would seem. This disposition mechanic. Okay. There's also some new terrain rules. There's no holes in terrain. So that's the footprints. Some terrain elements will not be able to be shot through. Some will be by certain units. I imagine that's like indirect fire and stuff like that. There's no objectives. Objectives will be to do with the footprints. We know that. Objective placement is contingent on dispositions. So even the terrain objectives are going to be based on dispositions. These force disposition things aren't just a nice to have. They're not just this is kind of cool. Look, I'm a purge the foe. It's like you need to get your FD correct. If you don't, you are fucked. You could lose the game. You could literally lose the game before it even began by just not really respecting the dispositions, what it sounds like. It says footprints will be released soon as an example. They'll be downloadable and printable. The big one I've got here is the confirmation. And we've seen 45 different layouts. There's going to be a separate team event pack, potentially. The big one that I got from this, though, is the last one. The very last point, which is, even though terrain is going to be more diverse, everything blocks line of sight. I was hoping that I misunderstood that before. You know? I was really hoping I misunderstood that before. Oh, no. "16 pieces of line of sight blocking terrain. Can't shoot stuff over 15 inches away if they're in terrain and they've not shot. Being able to melee out of every transport. Having super reliable charges. Yeah, this is the melee edition. This is absolutely 110% confirmed. This is the melee edition. If I don't even care about the force disposition stuff at this point, right? I don't even care about it. If these terrain rules are the way they look like they're going to be, F in the chat. F in the chat. Like, why can't we? Why are guns so useless in 40k? What is this, the June game? Oh. Gotta go back to swords. Yeah, crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. I don't have anything else to say. I'm a guy that talks a lot. I haven't got anything else to say. 11th edition is not 10.5. It's going to be very, very, very fucking different. The old we're going to need those 3 lines, boys. We're going to need them ball grid. We're going to need them Rough Riders for days. "16 footprints in total, Catastrophe, including objectives, I believe.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
Trooper Majora 2 takes a big sniff. Smell that, lads? Smells like a 20% win rate. Smells like victory. Another beautiful day in the guard. Welcome back, boys. It's good to be back. Yeah. It reminds me of a comment I saw on one of my balance update videos where someone was like, I've heard enough. I've heard enough. Nerf guard again. Oh, man. It kind of all falls into place, though, because Valrak was saying that this was going to be the fast attack edition, and it makes a lot of sense it's going to be the fast attack edition because you're going to need to get close quickly so you can actually shoot people. 20% was feeling optimistic. I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out soon enough. It's like, who's seen Battlefield Los Angeles? It's like when they're flying in the helicopters, and the young trooper speaks to the old trooper. He's like, but to paraphrase, like 16 pieces of terrain. They got to be kidding, right? Well, no, soon enough, brother. It's like the guard go like flying in. Oh man, so many opportunities for good meme videos. Yeah. Oh my days. Oh my days. All right. I think that's it. I think that's the last. I think we've squeezed every last little bit of juice out of these particular leaks. There you are. I am both curious and afraid of 11th edition now. Curious and afraid. That I was going to talk about the GW article, but honestly, I don't know if I got it in me. We're just going to wait and see, though, guys. A 6 leak! I can't have... No, I don't think there's any more leaks. I don't think there's any more leaks, man. Not today. I think we've basically just had the same leak, but just it's been over the last 6 hours. It's just been clarified and clarified and clarified. Yeah. There's things there you haven't spoken about. All. I know, Towson. I know. I just don't know if I can do it. I feel weary. I feel like I need a good rift bath. A rift jacuzzi. But this amount of leaks, the ship is going to start to sink. My God. It's only a matter of time now. Yeah. I'm just, I'm kind of just processing it, you know? I'm kind of just processing it all. Taking a step back. What do I think this means for the guard? Assuming it's true. I could make some sort of jokey comment. I tell you what I think it means for the guard. I need more pond skippers for my National Guard. Ugh. But thinking about it objectively for a moment, I think there's a couple of different ways guard can play it. The one thing about the guard is that we can always improvise, adapt, and overcome. We can always always find new ways of pivoting. Pivot! Pivot! And so I actually think the guard will be fine. I think even if you don't like Horsies and Bulgrins, I think Met Guard will be fine. Double Flamer Chimera is probably a big one. That new Centaur RSV could be really interesting. Lots of special weapons in the back of that thing. Crazy Death Strike meta. Yeah, the Death Strike could genuinely become meta. Because it doesn't target a unit. So yeah, I memeing aside, I think the guard will be fine. I think we're just gonna have to get up close and personal with them, boys. Don't fire until you see the whites of their eyes, that kind of thing. Because I do think the game will probably I mean, it's gonna devolve into trading, right? I think it's gonna devolve. I think the game is massively gonna lean even more so into trading, because it's gonna be all about the back and forth. I'm gonna hit you, this unit's gonna die. You're gonna hit me, this unit's gonna die. I'm gonna hit you, this unit's gonna die. If I predict anything, I think the game is gonna become probably even more about like staging and trading and stuff like that. What if ignore cover means you can block? You can ignore LOS for one terrain piece. That would be cool. How many age defense lines should I bring? The age defense line is actually a unit, though. It's not a terrain piece. That's the thing. So, yeah. I think the guard will be fine. I do think there'll probably be a shock to the system, though. I think my biggest takeaway from this generally is I think people expected boards to get less dense. And the fact they've got more dense seems like very opposite to the way people thought it was going to go. Yeah. So I think that's the biggest surprise. And I think that will be the one that I think that will be the one that will cause the most beef. But over time, it's probably the point that will die down the most if the game itself is pretty good. And that's the biggie. Yeah. I think it will initially cause a big splash and a big bit of beef and a big bit of salt and a big bit of drama. But I think probably over time, it'll end up, people end up just adapting their armies around the new terrain. I guess the big thing, though, is if people have to buy a lot of new units to take into account the new terrain, that could be a big sticking point for a lot of people because 40k is quite expensive. And if you've just finally got your army where you want it after one edition and suddenly you have to like rebuy a lot of stuff, you might not be happy about that. Maybe Bridgehead makes a comeback. Yeah. Could do. If it's a 1 point detachment. If it's a 1 point detachment, Bridgehead, Siege, Mechanized Meta incoming. Just layer all three of those bad boys up. Might not be a bad idea. I mean, that would mean you'd get +1 to wound when you jumped out of the vehicle. And reroll one. So, Bridgehead, Mechanized Meta incoming. Reroll ones to hit on battle. Scion's a battle line. Reroll ones to hit on infantry choices. +1 to hit and +1 to wound when you jump out of a vehicle. That's big. Mech Scion meta incoming. Mech Scion meta incoming. See, it's easy to get despondent about this kind of stuff. But actually, when you start scratching below the surface, I think you can start seeing the opportunities. Like the Recon Siege meta, the Bridgehead Mech meta. I actually think, even though a lot of us could be quite beefy about this, I think once we've slept on it, and once we've all once we've slept on it, and once we've all got over the initial shock of like, oh my god, change, I think actually when you start getting down and dirty with it, you might be like, okay, I can actually work with this. I can do stuff with this. Yeah. So I'm glad that I've not completely fallen to the beef, and I'm glad that I'm actually thinking about this now and being like, I think there could be some really cool list combos here. Yeah, they might, as crazy as it sounds, and maybe I'm just coping harder than a big copy thing, but the more I start thinking about it, the more I start coming up with cool ideas and start quite enjoying it. I think the very dense terrain boards is going to be a big... That's going to be big. I think that's good. Like I said, I think the dense terrain is going to be the biggest beef, but then after a while there'll be... I think for every bad thing, there'll be a good thing. It'll just be a very different game, and it'll be a great time. Most importantly, I think it'll be a great time of exploration and discovery, at least for a few months. Yeah. We'll see. It's very different, though. It's definitely not 10.5. I'll say that. It's definitely not 10.5. Big terrain changes, big mission changes, forces position shit. This is 11th edition, loud and fucking proud. And hey, I said I wanted the game to be big and different, and looks like it is going to be. So, there we are. All right. I think I am probably going to call it there. Been streaming for 6 hours. The only thing I haven't talked about is how you build an army in the new edition. That's the only thing I've not talked about. But nah, fuck it. We'll do that. We're gonna do that because it might be still it might still make for a good stream highlight and all that stuff. Yeah, I think there's some good stuff to talk about here. So let me have a quick drink and then let's do it. Yeah. All righty ho ho. So, in addition to a lot of the leaks that we have been getting about 11th edition, Games Workshop themselves have been putting out some information, and it's actually still quite interesting looking at this info because it has some information in here that corroborates some of the leaks, and at the same time, there's new stuff in here that we've not actually talked about yet. So, lots of exciting stuff. Lots of exciting stuff going around indeed. So we've got building an army in the new edition of Warhammer 40k. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go through this article, point out some of the bits that GW mentions, and then see if there's any extra information that can sort of be layered on top of that from the leaks that, clarifies any of the points. The new edition of Warhammer 40k has been announced, and you'll be able to make more unique and effective armies than ever before with updated attachment rules. After all, if you really like sneaky marines and heavily armored elites, why should you have to focus on just one? As we announced at the preview show last week, all your current codexes will still be valid. When the new edition drops, you can use attachments from them that you know and love. If GW ever says it's the same thing that you know and love, assume it's changing massively. Shaking the game, not without shaking the game too much. There'll be 70 new ones to enjoy, and each of them, both old and new, works with a system of detachment points. So this is interesting because I thought they said in the preview that it was 70 new and updated ones. And now it seems more like it's just 70 new. I would still go with the presumption that it's 70 new and updated. And that this is just a little bit of a miscommunication between Warhammer community and the rules preview team and all that kind of stuff. Depending on your size of game, you'll be able to choose a number of detachments based on their detachment point costs, ranging from 1 for those with gentler rules or narrow unit focuses, to 3 for those that affect your whole army with significant boosts. So basically, if you're playing... So GW seems to have coalesced around the 1,000 point and 2,000 point thing. 40k is basically always played at 2,000 points, but on the way up, people get to 1,000 points, and it still sees a pretty good traditional milestone. No one really plays over 2,000 point games anymore. So if you play a 1,000 point game, you get 2 detachment points, 2 enhancement points, and it's the rule of 2. If you play a 2,000 point game, you get 3 detachment points, you can take up to 4 enhancements, and you have a unit limit of 3, unless it's battle line, in which case it's doubled. So 4 at 1,000 points, 6 at 2,000 points. Now, the funny thing with this there is actually... that's not very helpful. There's actually a big thing with this enhancement limit thing, because you used to get a limit of 3 enhancements, and now you get a limit of 4, which means technically you can take all 4 enhancements from your detachment now. Or, as you will see in a little moment, you might spread the love around a little bit. The new system gives you greater flexibility to hone your army's theme and make characterful unit choices without compromising on their strength, and also means that some of the bigger, splashy detachments won't have an outsized impact on smaller games. So what's going through my head with this one is that I think that layering multiple weak detachments is probably going to be the more powerful way of doing things. The sum of the parts is greater than the whole, or the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, that kind of thing. The other thing that sort of goes through my mind is that this is actually potentially quite a good way. It's potentially a good way of GW balancing units, because there was always a bit of a problem where it's like, oh well, Scions got absolutely nerfed to shit, but they were only broken inside Bridgehead Strike. So they got nerfed Bridgehead Strike, but then the ripple effect was that every other detachment basically stopped taking Scions as well, even though they weren't broken in those detachments. Whereas now, if there's the ability to layer Bridgehead Strike with a couple of other detachments, then it might be like, okay, actually, by nerfing them here, we're hitting multiple pain points, not just having a lot of collateral damage. Personally, though, I still think this is an inferior system to having different point values for each detachment, because you're still going to have a situation where you nerf a unit based on, let's say some ridiculous combo comes out from Recon plus Siege detachment, and so you nerf Krieg Engineers, and you're like, job well done. You're still going to be fucking people over who took Krieg Engineers in Grizzled Company, even though, let's say, they were not a problem in Grizzled Company. So I don't think this... I like the system. I think it can create some really cool, crazy combos. I think it does bring discussion back to army list building, which is great. I still think it's only a halfway house. I still think that it's trying to treat a symptom, not a cause. I still think the only real way of balancing detachments is each detachment has its own points value. I think that's the only real way. For example, as a dedicated Raven Guard aficionado, you might take a detachment that focuses entirely on the Phobos-clad units such as Infiltrators. Such a detachment would offer you enhancements and stratagems that are laser-focused on the units you love to use. Combining it with a larger, more general detachment that affects a broad array of infantry in Strike Force battle means you end up with an army bespoke to your playstyle. So, yeah, you could take... Yeah, it's kind of what we said. Detachment would offer you enhancements and stratagems. Yeah, I mean, you're going to be getting access to a lot of stratagems again. There's going to be some stratagem bloat. It really feels like Games Workshop is going in the opposite direction to what a lot of players wanted. We know the boards are getting, well, we don't know. The leaks say the boards are getting denser. And yet, I think most players think the boards are too dense already. And we know that in 8th and 9th edition, stratagem bloat was a really big problem. So GW in 10th basically cut it down to 6. And now people are, I don't think people are really that, don't really complain about stratagem bloat. I think people are fine with the amount of stratagems that units that have. 6 is fine. 6 is enough. And now it seems like we're going back to stratagem bloat. It might not be quite as big a problem though, because of course you can't layer the stratagems onto one unit, because a unit could only be affected by one stratagem at a time. So you can't go, oh, I'll give this unit, I'm trying to think of a good example. I'll give this unit like 2 of the anti-charge stratagems, 1 from recon, 1 from siege. So it might not be a problem per se, or it might not be as much of a problem, but I still think this is instantly going to cause stratagem bloat, where some players find themselves going from 6 stratagems to 18 if they take 3 1-point detachments. Yeah. Note this doesn't mean that super armies from lots of different codexes are back on the menu. You'll still choose your army from your codex in much the same way as you do now. The attachments will then give you rules that apply to your whole army, though certain attachments and rules may only affect certain units within it. So I think there was an element of people seeing this and being worried about, well, what about codex supplements like Blood Angels and whatnot? But the leaks have suggested that you won't be able to mix chapter keywords. So you won't be able to go, I'm going to take my Blood Angels with my Ultramarines. Which is, I think, feeds into the idea of no soup armies. So whilst I think there might be a bit of a question mark hanging over codex supplements, I think by and large the intention is we're not going to have you having a tactical squad that's being affected by all the best bits of the Blood Angels and all the best bits of the Ultramarines and so on and so forth. But you will be able to take a Blood Angel army and lean into Death Company, for example, and then take both of the Death Company detachments, because I believe Blood Angels have got 2. So you could have like really, really super mega Death Company. Yeah. I think you could. Official names, also no Tyranids plus Gene Stealer cults. I think there is some exceptions here. What if you take Gene Stealer cult and you take the Brood Brother detachment, which I presume is going to be a 1-point detachment, and the Final Day detachment, which I'm also going to presume is going to be a 1 or 2-point detachment, because that allows you in one detachment to take some Brood Brothers, Imperial Guard units, and the other detachment lets you take Tyranid units. So I do think there's going to be some exceptions here. Also, likewise, what about the Imperial Knight and the Chaos Knight detachment that lets you bring a bit of AdMech along and Chaos Cultists along, respectively? So, and how they might be layered with other Knight and Chaos Knight detachments. So I do think that there will be like 1 or 2 exceptions to the big soup. I do think there will be, but I don't think anyone's really going to complain about Brood Brother Final Day GSC, because I don't think that's going to be a particularly powerful combo. I think that's just going to be a, hey, look, we can do this. Yeah. I mean, I'll probably run it just for the fun, for the vibes. Yeah. You might be thinking, hold on, what if that Swanky New detachment features a unit type that doesn't have any characters? Are enhancements useless? And that would be a pretty good question. What if that Swanky detachment features a unit type that doesn't have any characters? So right now, all detachments have enhancement that affect characters, right? So this seems to be like a hint to what's coming in the future. Are enhancements useless? That would be a pretty good question. The new edition introduces the upgrade tag on some enhancements, which means they can be applied to up to 3 non-character units while only counting as a single choice, though you will need to pay their points cost individually. Three heirloom pistols from Siege Detachment. 3 3-shot plasma pistols. Yes. This actually is really cool. I think it's going to be utterly abused to shit, but I think it's really cool. I think being able to put, it'll be. We have no idea how powerful it's going to be until we see which enhancements get the upgrade tag and which ones don't. But I bet right off the bat, people will be able to come up with some pretty crazy ideas. What about putting, is it Veteran Crew from Hammer of the Emperor? What if you can put that on multiple Rogel Dawns? Have the benefit of Grizzled and Hammer, and with that, assuming Grizzled is going to be a 3-point detachment. There could be some cool ones around things like Aquilani. Could be big. Multiple Aquilanis. Yeah, I think there could be some. It'll be interesting to see what gets the upgrade tag and what doesn't. But the fact that you can take 3 on, and it only counts as one choice, means that potentially you could take 12 enhancements. 9 enhancements, sorry. No, 12. You could, 12 enhancements. You can take 4 now. Because you could take, if you picked 3 detachments that were 1 point each, and each one of those detachments has at least one enhancement, which is an upgrade, then that would be 9. And then if there's any more than that, that could be 12 enhancements. And a big question is, can a unit be... I mean, probably not. You can't have more than one enhancement on one unit, can you? On one character these days. So no, you won't be able to have double upgrades on units. Okay. I presume not anyway. So it could lead to a lot of different enhancements being thrown around, but if they're not very good, it might just end up being a point sink, so it's not anything to worry about just yet. This gives you even more ways to personalize some of your favorite units and mark them out as more elite or experienced warriors. Both great for both gameplay and narrative purposes. I agree. I think it would be really, really cool to have a grizzled Kazakin officer or Kazakin sergeant with a bionic eye who counts as having a Aquilani. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Really like the idea of you being able to put an heirloom pistol on a sergeant of some kind. I'm totally up for it. And again, it's not quite as good as the old armory system that we had in sort of 4th edition. I know, a long time ago. But it's a step in the right direction. So whilst I think that, again, there's going to be a lot of opportunities for people to potentially abuse things, layer things, all sorts of crazy shit, I think there's also going to be a lot of opportunities to be like, hey, I've modeled this guy with a bionic eye, so he's got an Aquilani. And that's like, wow, okay, cool. Yeah. Assuming it's going to be Aquilani. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. As an aside, characters that join units will now be designated either leader or support, and a unit can have one of each attached to it. Some armies could do this before with special rules, such as for Space Marine apothecaries, and now it cleans it up for everybody. So Guard Battle Line being able to have 2 leaders attached to it is no longer a special thing. Everyone's going to be able to do it. Or will they get 3? Because the guard datasheet specifically says it can have 2 leaders. But what about 2 leaders and a support? What if you could have a command squad and a Cadian Castellan and someone else, like maybe a priest or a Primarch Psycho join? Maybe. So maybe there'll be opportunities, if depending on where it is, you'll be able to actually get 3 leaders on a squad. Yeah, maybe. You also pick which units they join when you build your list rather than at the start of the game, which, let's be honest, most of us are doing anyway. That's very true. I actually, surprisingly, that comment to me is actually surprisingly human from Games Workshop. It does show a level of being in touch with the game and a level of understanding on how their community approach the game. So that's actually, they get a little gold star from me for that one. Someone suggested in earlier in the stream that it would be really cool if they gave heavy weapon squads the support keyword. So you could take a big 20-man squad and then add the heavy weapon squad to it. I really, really, really fucking hope that happens. That would be bringing back the infantry squad. And that would make me very, very, very happy. Very, very, very bloody happy. I would forgive GW a lot of sins for that one. I would forgive them a lot of fucking sins for that one. Finally, detachments will also grant you 1 or more, pardon me. Finally, detachments will grant you 1 or more force dispositions. We've heard a lot about force dispositions in the leaks. And you'll pick from when building your army. There'll be 5 in total, and when you get to the tabletop, you'll compare yours to your opponent's to find out which mission you'll both be playing. Take and hold, disruption, purge the foe, priority assets, and reconnaissance. I'm very curious how these force dispositions work, because we've heard you just pick it. We've heard, there's going to be like limits on what you can pick based on what units you've taken. I reckon the system will be very, very simple. I think you will just pick your force. I think you'll just pick your force disposition. That's it. And so you'll build your army around the idea of what force disposition you want to take and what missions that's likely to incur. Some people think it's going to be based on detachments, where if you take certain detachments, it will lead to you being able to pick certain force dispositions. But that would require Games Workshop going back and updating every... See, this is why I don't think it's going to work that way. Not every detachment is like digital online. And that would require Games Workshop going back and like updating every single detachment. And imagine if you like imagine if you're like a new player and you like look in your codex like, I don't know what force disposition I am. So I think you'll just pick it. And it'll be like, hey, if you're going for a really aggressive army, you should probably pick the purge the foe force disposition. But if you really want to pick take and hold, we're not going to stop you. Yeah. But we'll see, because I think that's coming in tomorrow's article. There's loads more to talk about as far as missions are concerned, so check back in with us tomorrow for a first look. Otherwise, the rules of building your army will be comfortably familiar. Don't believe it. So you can focus more on coming up with cool thematic armies and mixing attachments that call to your hobbyist soul. There you are. Leaders can run around on their own if they like, but support units must be attached to a bodyguard. Important distinction. I like that. Someone in chat said if they give Ogren bodyguards the support keyword, it could make guardsman toughness 6. But I don't think that's going to work. Because they've got the character keyword. If they hadn't given them the character keyword, I think you would have been right. But they haven't given the character keyword, so I don't think it's going to work that way. But maybe, who knows? Get behind Nork! Hopefully. Overall, what do I think about this article? I think it's pretty good. I think it gives us a nice amount of information. Whilst it gives us a nice amount of information whilst giving us, still keeping us excited to look forward to what's coming tomorrow. There's definitely some bits in here that confirm the leaks, but I think the big leak confirmation is going to come when it talks about missions. If the article that comes out talking about missions lines up with the leaks, I think it means those leaks are pretty bloody accurate. I think so. All right. Exciting stuff. I know every single Gab player is looking at this and thinking Taken Hold is the forces position you're going to want to go for. And I agree. Absolutely. We hold the line. We hold the line in the name of the Emperor. But it might be cool to go reconnaissance in a recon detachment. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, overall, a pretty good article with some useful information and a lot of bits being clarified and confirmed by leaks. Exciting stuff. But what do you guys think? What do you guys think? And without any further information, what is your favorite force disposition? Let's get our hands on those priority assets, lads. Maybe, yeah, that's or are you the priority assets? These guardsmen are very important to me. Or not memeing these Baneblades. What if you picked Baneblades, lots of Baneblades, and then picked priority assets, force disposition? And that might mean that you've got a very small army, but you don't do any objectives that are like secondary objectives that involve like doing actions and stuff. Never have a Baneblade doing a cleanse. It's too high priority asset. They wouldn't commit it for that action. Could be good. Whilst I think there's potentially a lot of worry about some of the changes that are coming with 11th edition, I think my initial assessment is going to be that it's just going to be different. And I know we don't like change, but I think it's just going to be different. And I think I would rather have a whole new set of challenges to overcome than just to be trudging along with another 6 months of basically 10.5 edition. So I really hope that a lot of the talk that we're seeing here from Games Workshop and some of the things that we're seeing in the leaks end up translating into walking the walk as well. All right. But I think that is everything. What a stream. I might have a day off tomorrow. I know, 2 in 1 week. I probably won't. Because I think there's probably going to be more leaks coming out. Fucking hell. What a day. Multiple leaks. Information from Games Workshop. Heady heights. Terrible lows. Absolutely crazy. Got one more super chat coming in here from Average White Shark. Force disposition maybe like kill teams in TAC Ops. Maybe like kill teams TAC Ops. So thank you for your super chat. I've not played the Kill Team TAC Ops. I used to really like Kill Team as a fun, like, smooth brain game. And then they... some people like it, but they basically made it stand on its own 2 feet rather than just being like a fun entry-level 40k game. They tried to make it stand on its own 2 feet. They added a lot of complexity to it. They brought the whole like classified and declassified thing in. And so I never even touched 3.0 or whatever it's called. Whatever the new edition of Kill Team's called. I didn't touch it. But if you've played it, Average White Shark, and you think it sounds familiar, then I will take your word for it. I'll take your word for it. Yeah. Glock, kind of like you said some time ago, 10th edition felt solved, so something else would be good, whatever that may be. Otherwise, conflict time. Yeah, exactly. In one way or another, I'm going to be exploring new shit, right? Either even in 11th or in conflict. Reva, this doesn't really sound new to me though. Seems like a regression to 9th. There's elements of it. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. Because I preferred 9th over 10th. So, going back to something that maybe worked better before isn't the worst idea. Let's have a look here. Tac Ops, Recon, reveal as a strategic gambit. Divide the kill zone into 2 flanks, left and right, by drawing an imaginary line that's just like the center line, except it runs from the center of each player's kill zone edge. An operative contests a flank while both wholly within it and within their opponent's territory. Friendly operatives control a flank if the total APL stat of those contesting it is greater than that of the enemy operatives. E.g., player 1 controls this flank as total APL of player 1's operatives wholly within player 2's territory is greater than that of player 2's operatives wholly within player 1's territory. Right. After you reveal this op at the end of each turning point, after the first, for each flank friendly operative control, you score 1 VP. If friendly operatives also controlled that flank at the end of the previous turning point, excluding the first, you score 2 VP instead. You can't score more than 2 VP from this op. Okay, so just try and like take over each person's flank. And then you've got Tac Ops, Seek and Destroy. So basically, do both players like pick attack op, and that's the mission they're trying to do in the game? It's kind of interesting. I am totally okay with 2 players trying to complete different missions in the game. Because there's an element of trying to complete your mission whilst trying to fuck over their mission. Or something like that, yeah. We know GW's tried this a few times. I mean, think about this for a moment, guys. Who here, how much did 10th edition sort of... It's funny. The more that GW streamlined 10th edition, the more, like, boring it became. And you know what's crazy? Even though I never did them because they were kind of shit. Who here remembers gambits? Like, has anyone else, like, completely forgotten that gambits were even a thing at the start of 10th? It's... And then they had secret missions as well. Yeah. Crazy. There's loads of, like, weird... 10th edition, there was loads of weird little mechanics that were introduced at the beginning of the edition. And over time, it basically just got boiled down to everyone's on L-shaped ruins, everyone's doing the same mission. I never used the Gambit or Seek mission. That's true. They were both terrible mechanics. They were both terrible mechanics, and there's a reason that they came out. But at the same time, the difference between old GW... The difference... I'll say this once. I'll say it 1,000 fucking times. The first half of 10th edition was a completely different game to the second half of 10th edition. For the first half of 10th, we had all sorts of gambits, secret missions, crazy catch-up mechanics. All sorts of mad shit was being thrown around. And then the second half of 10th edition, literally after that first Grotmas, after the Grot, with all the detachments, after that, it was blandified. It was blandified. It was completely blandified. Yeah. And I'm not even saying, and I want to make it clear, I'm not saying challenger cards were good, or I'm not saying that gambits were good, or secret missions. I complained about all of those things at the time. But the point was that GW was like trying new stuff constantly. Hey, let's try this. Hey, let's try that. Hey, let's try this. And the second half, they were like, fuck it. Just give them the fucking L shapes and the 5 objectives. Fine. Yeah. I wonder if they basically tried lots of new stuff at the beginning. And then basically were like, okay, none of this is really working. Let's just sack it off. Put the game into a holding pattern for the second half and put everything into 11th edition. I wonder if there was an element of that. And do you know what makes me think that might be what's happened? I think that's what's happened because a lot of 11th, if you look at 11th edition, oh my God. Another revelation. The warp. The wisp. I gotta get it again. One last time. The whispers in the warp are talking to me. I've figured out 11th edition. Seriously. I figured it out. Why is 11th edition making terrain more dense when everyone thinks the terrain should be less dense? Because it's trying to solve problems that were in the first half of 10th, not the second half. The first half of 10th was dominated by mechanized shooting armies. So when they came to designing the new edition, they're the problems they went to fix, without realizing that by the end of 10th edition, the problems had changed and moved on. That is my conspiracy theory. They're solving problems which no longer exist. Maybe. Fuck it out. My tinfoil hat's fallen over. There you are. Maybe. Or maybe not. We'll see. Right. And on that note, we're going to wrap all this bad boy up. Now, if you've only just joined us, all of the leaks have gone out onto the channel already as stream highlights. As we were doing them live, Evan, the editor, was taking them and putting them up as videos. So if you haven't been able to catch everything in the live stream, go and check out those videos. We've got the 3 of them up already. They're all up already, each one covering the different leaks. Split them into 3 videos because they ended up being quite long and all that shit. Some of them, so hopefully it'll make it a little bit more easily digestible. And each video, its title is relevant to the main leak topic that it's covering. Might actually get there might actually be another 1 or 2 stream highlights coming out based off this stream. But they'll probably come out like tomorrow or something like that. All right, but we'll see. We'll see. I think Evan needs a little time off. I need to give he can. I'll allow him to sleep tonight. There you go, Evan Giga Chad, the editor. There you go. All right, I'm gonna I am going to wrap this bad boy up. I'm going to say a massive thank you to all of you crazy, beautiful bastards who joined today's stream, who liked and subscribed to the channel during the stream. And a massive, massive thank you to all of you motherfuckers who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with super chats, member flexes, gifted memberships, all of that amazing stuff. Holy shit, guys. It's absolutely been popping off in tonight's stream. I want to say a huge thank you to all of you. With a big shout out to L1011 TriStar, who came in with the Death Strike chat tonight. Holy fuck, man. So a massive thank you to all of you guys. Tomorrow, I might actually be doing an earlier stream because I've got to get up early in the morning for on Saturday for a Old World tournament. So early stream. I know, right? Early stream. But, well, it's not going to be too early. Like, it'll probably just be, I'll just do a slightly shorter stream starting an hour or two earlier. There you are. All right. Wait. Someone said, wait. I got one thing. Please don't tell me that's another leak and stream discussion. No. No, I don't think it is. No, I think we're all right. I think what people thought was a leak was just the kill team stuff. There you are. I was like reaching for the hat again. Reaching for the hat. I was like, woo! No. I'll be on tomorrow, Gandalf Smoke, but it'll be a bit earlier. It'll be a bit earlier. Tomorrow we see tomorrow is the big day. In some ways, because tomorrow will clarify a lot of the leaks from today. So, and then we just need to see how the terrain's going to work. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. All right. But, what are you saying to the Old World tournament? I'm going to take 2,400 points of Renegade Crowns. So much full plate infantry. You are not going to know what to do with yourself. I am going full. I was going to take Empire with like double steam tank, but I just never got around to getting the second steam tank. So I'm going full Renegade Crowns, and I'm taking a big fucking phalanx. Multiple big fucking phalanxes. It's going to be legit. It's going to be legit. And it's a GT. And I'm going to the Square Base GT as well. They very kindly invited me. So it's going to be cutthroat as fuck. So I'm going to be rusty because I've not played in like months. Well, played like one friendly game versus that rat bastard. So it's probably I'm probably going to get fucking fisted and lose all my games. Don't care. It's Old World. It's a bit of fun. I'm just there for the vibes, baby. I'm there for the vibes. All right. And on that note, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. And of course, 1 minute. Trooper's coming in the super chat. Trooper, so units can melee from transports now? We think so. GW said that in their reveal stream that the Rhino Rush was going to be back and that you could charge with a Rhino and then disembark out of the Rhino, but you'll count as battle shocked and you might take some casualties on the way out. So I presume it's just going to be like the equivalent of basically getting out of the transport, but you know when you get out of a transport and on ones you take mortal wounds? I just suspect it's just going to be like that, but with assault. Now, but I'll tell you one thing. It could be that if the enemy charges your transport, then your infantry gets out and like tries to defend the transport rather than sitting in there, right? If that is true, if that's the way they do it, like your transport gets charged, your guys get out to fight them, they've copied that from bot action. 100%. That has never existed in Warhammer 40k, as far as I'm aware. So we'll find out. I truly believe someone or some people are at GW are looking over at Warlord and copying some homework. It's happening quite a lot now. It's happening quite a lot. The Heresy terrain rules, the 40k, some of the 40k like units and stuff. Yeah. Multiple detachments. Oh, that's like multiple platoons, isn't it, GW? Yeah. Anyway. Oh my god, being able to take multiple. Oh, they're so copying. They're so copying. GW copying Warlord. Is GW getting worried that Warlord is exceeding far more than expected? Yep. I actually wanted to do a video today, but I'm gonna pre-watch it. I wanted to watch this video today called Is 40k threatened by Conflict 47? But I'm going to pre-watch it, and then maybe we can go, if there's a time tomorrow, we can go through and my brain's going, if there's time tomorrow, we can go through it and watch the relevant bits. There you go. Fucking hell. All right. My brain's leaking. Cosmic, thank you for the super chat. Remember, we are the guard. No matter what the decision brings, we'll fight. We'll hold the line, whether it's good or bad. 11th, we will guard. We will guard. Here's the thing. I was getting inside my own. The only thing that will truly ruin 11th edition for me is if it's 4 turns. That is the only. That is my red line. That is my red line. Yeah. Other than that, I'm sure I'll enjoy it. Genuinely, I'm sure I'll enjoy it. Mark, I almost missed it. You're right. Thank you for super chat. Logistics or true discussion before you go. Let's have a little hobby update before we go. Nice. Yes. Awesome, man. Awesome, 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 awesome. That's really cool, bro. And the double turn, Cosmic. And the double turn. That's cool. Reminds me, I actually need a baggage train for the square-based event. I think what I'll do is use one of the wagons that Chicken Detonator sent me. That'll be a really good baggage train. Yeah. All right. All righty ho ho. Thank you to all of you for your support. I'm gonna wrap up now. We need a song to play us out. I think I'm gonna go for the Imperial Guard theme song from Dawn of War. It seems about right. There we go. The Red Scout, thank you for super chat. Quick, any news on if the 3 units max affects transports? Ooh. That's a good point. The unit limit is doubled for battle line units, but not dedicated transports. I have no news on that. No news at all. I would expect it not to affect dedicated transports. I would expect it not to. If Games Workshop suddenly says, oh yeah, you can only take 3 of each dedicated transport, I will be quite annoyed. How do we get the Guard players to switch over from their Chimeras? Oh, I know. Let's make them so they can only take 3 of them. I don't know, Red Scout, but I suspect they'll dedicated transports. Who know? What if dedicated transports? Either they'll get an exception, or you might be able to take a dedicated transports might be under a totally different thing where like you can just take a dedicated transport for each unit, and it doesn't have a unit limit. Three units max, never affect transports. Yeah, I agree with Suriade. You can take as many as there are turns. Fuck off, Glock. Oh man. Yeah, we'll see. I don't think though. I'd be very, very, very surprised if GW fucked with transports in that way. Genuinely very surprised. All right. All righty ho ho. I'm rushing off now. Thank you for all of your support. Hope you enjoyed all the leaks today. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.